Good evening, Council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, March the 11th, 2026 at 6:40 p.m. Council, the second item on the agenda is declaration of pecuniary interest. Any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Councillor Vettebunker. Okay, thank you. We'll move on. The next item is the approval of the agenda. I have a motion to read that the agenda of the special council meeting for March 11, 2026 be approved as presented. It's moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Leroux. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. The next item, Council, is regarding an in-camera item regarding an update regarding QP 2380-05 bargaining update. Does any member of Council wish to go in closed session to Councillor Vettebunker? Okay. We have a motion reads that in accordance with the Town of Penetanguishene Procedural Bylaw 2023-50, the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene move into an in-camera session to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations. It's moved by Councillor Vettebunker, seconded by Councillor Marchand. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. And Council will recess back into the closed room. We'll be back. Welcome back, council. We have a motion that reads that the council of the town of Penetanguishene rise from an in-camera session without a report. It's moved by Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor DeRush. Further comments or questions? Call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Council, again, that was in regards to one item that we discussed in closed session was regarding a memo from the Director of Human Resources regarding QP 2380-05 bargaining update. I look for a motion to adjourn at 6:48, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Waters. All in favor? We stand adjourned. We'll be back at 7 o'clock with a regular council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to call our council meeting to order for Wednesday, March the 11th, 2026 at 7 p.m. Sarah, if you don't mind, could we start off with our public safety announcement, please?
Welcome to this evening's council meeting. For those of you who may require a washroom, there are public washrooms outside the council chambers entrance to your right. We also kindly ask that cell phones are turned off or put on silent during the meeting. Town Hall is protected by a single source fire alarm. Should the fire alarm be activated, please exit chambers calmly using the rear or side door and make your way down the stairs to the parking lot nearest the church. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address of Town Hall is 10 Robert Street West, Penetanguishene. We also have public access defibrillator outside of the main council chambers. Bonjour et bienvenue à la réunion du conseil municipal de ce soir. Pour celles et ceux qui auraient besoin d'aller aux toilettes, les toilettes sont situées à l'extérieur de l'entrée de la salle à la droite. Nous vous prions également d'éteindre vos téléphones cellulaires ou de les mettre en mode silencieux pendant la réunion. L'hôtel de ville est protégé par un système d'incendie. Si l'alarme se déclenche, veuillez quitter la salle calmement par la porte arrière ou latérale et descendre les escaliers jusqu'au stationnement le plus proche de l'église. En cas d'urgence médicale, veuillez composer le 911. L'adresse de l'hôtel de ville est le 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Un défibrillateur est également disponible à l'extérieur des portes de la salle du conseil.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll move on to council next items on land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes the Chippewa Tri-Council comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat, and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. Councillor Merchant, please.
Penetanguishene reconnaît avec respect que nous sommes citoyens sur le territoire traditionnel et de traité du peuple Anishinaabe et de ses ancêtres, maintenant connu sous le nom du territoire des Premières Nations visé par les traités Williams. Il s'agit du conseil tripartite de Chippewa composé de la Première Nation de Beausoleil, de la Première Nation de Rama, de la Première Nation de Georgina Island, de la Première Nation d'Alderville, de la Première Nation de Curve Lake et de la Première Nation de Hiawatha et de la Première Nation de Mississauga de Scugog Île. De plus, Penetanguishene était déjà le lieu de résidence des Hurons-Wendat et plus récemment d'un établissement métis historique. La ville héberge aujourd'hui de nombreux peuples autochtones. Penetanguishene est fière de son nom autochtone et le plus important du fait que nous, pendant des milliards d'années, elle était et connue d'être un important territoire et lieu de rassemblement des peuples autochtones. Nous reconnaissons que nous sommes les intendants et gardiens de cette terre et de ceux et que nous sommes responsables de veiller à ce que notre mère, la terre, soit présente pour les générations à venir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mercia. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us at our council meeting tonight. We love having people here, so thanks for taking time out of your night to be with us tonight. If you're here tonight, we have two public meetings this evening. One's regarding 15 Chefcott Street, and we have another public meeting regarding 138 Robert Street East. If you're here for one of those public meeting matters under the Planning Act, you'll have an opportunity to address council at that time. Council affords an opportunity for a member of the public to address council on anything important to you. So if you wish to address council about anything tonight, have you go to Madam Clerk and register at that part of the agenda. We'll welcome you up to the podium. Okay, council, I'm going to have you rise, and we're going to start with our council commitment. And Councillor Roux, can you guide us through council commitment, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Engagement du Conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce qui nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se rendre présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons tous renforcés à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville et au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Councillor Waters, please.
We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and the peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us, and we ask that all in attendance and those who could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, the knowledge, the will, and the understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Thank you, Council.
So welcome everyone again. As we know, recently the Penetang Kings played the Midland Flyers in the first round of our playoffs. And although I might have been a little bold, the Flyers came out on top. And as we acknowledged, we would fly the Midland Flyers flag and wear the jersey of the winning team. And Mayor Gordon is here tonight to present the Midland Flyers jersey, which I stated I would wear. Mayor Gordon, welcome to council. And I believe you have something that you want me to wear.
Thank you, Mayor Rawson. It's indeed a pleasure. It was a great series. Turned out it was 8 games rather than 7, but it was a well-fought battle. Both teams did a great job, and we are now facing the Siskins. I think we're game 3 tomorrow night at the Bourgeois Community Center, 8 p.m. Those of you want to come and watch. We're down 2-1, so they are a very strong team, but as was Penetanguishene. So it was a great pleasure and honor, and it's great to have the community and the neighborly rivalry in hockey alive and well between our communities. And you're a good sport, so I'd like to present you with the Midland Flyers jersey to wear this evening at your council meeting.
Thank you. Let's get a picture. Let's get a picture. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thanks, Council. I was going to ante up and suggest all of our council do it, but one member of this council said I'm not wearing a Flyers jersey, so I didn't pledge all of council. Maybe next year we'll ante up, but okay, let's move on, Council. We have a motion for approval of the agenda. The motion reads that the agenda of the regular council meeting for March 11, 2026 be approved as presented. It's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Vadabonker. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Council, any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to declare pecuniary interest on item 15A, Committee of the Whole Report. Report 6G, Attachment 3, the Penetanguishene Junior C Kings Agreement, and Bylaw 19C, which also pertains to the Penetanguishene Junior C Kings Agreement, as I'm a member of their board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabonker. It's been duly noted. And like Committee of the Whole, we'll pull those out separately and vote on the rest Any other member of council have any declaration of interest tonight? Seeing none, we're going to move on. The next items are open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address council about anything that's important to you. I just want to highlight later in the meeting, we have a public meeting, two of them, one regarding 15 Chefcott, the other one 138 Robert Street East. That's the appropriate time to address that. So if you're here under the Planning Act to address those, that's the time. I'll call you at that time. This is regarding open matters about anything else important to you. Madam Clerk, is anyone registered for open forum tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Currently, there's no one registered for open forum.
If anybody wishes to address council, have you just stand up to make your way to Madam Clerk to register. Sarah, is anyone online wish to address council tonight? That doesn't look good, does it? Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Rawson. We have no one online this evening.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to address council anything this evening? Okay, when you're done, I'll have you go to Madam Clerk to register to the podium, and yeah, we give you 2 minutes to address council anything important to you. 2 minutes.
My name is Beth Durocher, and I just wanted to congratulate the council or whoever installed the traffic lights at the end of Robert Street East and Fuller Avenue. However, some drivers seem to think that the red light is optional. I was stopped at a red light going north on Robert Street or on Fuller, making a left turn onto Robert Street. A vehicle pulled up beside me, stopped at the red light, and then proceeded on Fuller Avenue. But I just wanted to say I love that the fact that there are traffic lights there now. I always went to the other intersection on come out beside the fire hall when I'm going to the theater or Discovery Harbor, because I hated making a left-hand turn at Robert and Fuller. So thank you very much for putting those lights in.
Thank you for the comments. I'm sure our staff have taken comment and note about that. We appreciate that. And that's a project that's been important to the community. It's been in the works for some time. So thank you for that. Does any other member of the public wish to address council on any matters that's important to you? Okay, we're going to move on, council. The next item on our agenda is statement by members. It's an opportunity for members of council to inform the public the work that they're doing behind the scenes on your behalf representing the community. Councilor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. February the 14th, I walked in the Winterama Parade. I attended many events. Fact that the weather and location of the events were basically all at the town dock area, great attendance. The flyby was certainly an added attraction. February 19th, I attended a meeting with Minister Lumsden Dunlop, along with Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and as well as our Director of Recreation and Community Services and COLEs to both the curling club and the arena. February the 21st, I was honored to be a judge along with Councillor Marchand and CEO of the library, Linda Keenan, for the Lions Speaking Contest event. I attended the fundraising event at the museum Friday, March 6th, full house. March 9th, attended flag raising for IT Starts at Town Hall. And March the 9th, met with Director of Recreation and Community Services and Deputy Mayor LaRose for agenda review. And last evening, I attended the Curling Club Board meeting. Ice goes out on April 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marchand, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't repeat things that I've already been highlighted in, so thank you, Councillor Leroux. Certainly participated in the Winterama Parade, and the event was wonderful. Staff do an amazing job every year, and the weather was definitely on our side. I had the privilege of being a judge for the public speaking contest for the third year now with the Lions Club. I just want to highlight that how brave our young individuals are to get up and remember and memorize a speech anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes and get up and present and be judged by a group of strangers. And so it really takes a lot of courage. They do, the Lions Club does a really wonderful job, and it's really an honor to be there and seeing our young people really have a voice and being supported to do that, that initiative. I had the opportunity to speak at the Women's Day at the Southern Georgian Bay Chambers of Commerce Women's Day last Friday. I was one of the speakers of 6. It was a room full. It was an honor to be able to represent women in our community as leaders in my work as an executive director, but also as a member of council for the town of Penetanguishene. I talked a lot about community, and it makes me very proud to carry this this role, and I was very proud to be there on behalf of women in our community and as an an outspoken woman. I think that's probably a good way to summarize it for me. Also, we did a really great event on March 9th here with the town of Penetanguishene to recognize International Women's Day. We had a really fun game of Jeopardy. It ended in a tie. I don't know if that was like on purpose, but I'm a little competitive, but it was a lot of fun and really a great event to really highlight the strong leadership and women in our organization as well. So happy International Women's Day and month, and really we should be celebrated all the time. But anyway, so I do appreciate it. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Vadabonker, please.
Thank you, Worship. I also attended Winter-Amra activities on the Family Day long weekend. On February 18th, I attended the Town Talk Technical Advisory Committee, and there's a report on the agenda a little bit later from that committee. I also been refereeing a number of minor hockey games, the Penetang Flames, Midland Centennials, the Georgian Bay Islanders, quite busy around the arena, attending 4 Penetanguishene Kings games, 4 or 5, I can't really remember exactly. And this past Tuesday, yesterday, the Deputy Mayor and I attended the Transportation Environmental Services section meeting. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. You've heard most of it. I was with these folks doing our regular meetings. We did do Winter-Amra. We did the parade. The one thing that didn't get mentioned is that you and I were able to defend our Simcoe County Championship log sawing from here to Springwater. It's been, I think, 4 years now, So, that's one of our highlights of the Winter-Amra Parade. Other than that, we did the tour with Minister Lumsden and our MPP. We had our regular flag raising at starts and our airport meetings. So the other ones were already said, so we'll leave it at that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor DeRush, please.
Thank you very much. On March 5th, I attended the Wellbeing and Accessibility committee meeting. Always a pleasure to be with these wonderful volunteers, and we're working through our work plan, and we're hoping to provide lots of opportunities for learning and for participating in well-being in the town. Secondly, I too attended the International Women's Day event here in the town of Penetanguishene. Kudos to staff who put it together, and kudos to all who attended. It was a very pleasant couple of hours. And myself and my colleague, Councillor Waters, attended the section meeting, I believe it was yesterday. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRush. Councillor Waters, please.
Pretty much did the same kind of stuff as everybody else through Winter-Amra and the flag raisings and committees things. We did have the special Women's Day thing, and I'm fortunate that I co-chair with 2 women here that make life a lot easier. And on the fact about the women, we also have a guest in the audience, Beth, who is very much responsible for the fact that we have such a great library. And I think we should be recognizing the volunteers and people that help in our library so much. And also, it's probably a good time to let the public know that the basement of the library is now pretty much finished, and it's ready for community events, and it looks really great down there. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waters. COLs, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple things. February 19th, it's been noted, but we did welcome Minister Lumsden and MPP Jill Dunlop to our community. And I mention this not to reiterate what's already been stated, but just to, make it very well known that, those sorts of things don't happen without the support and assistance of staff. I think staff were just nicely catching up on a little bit of sleep from Winter-Amra following the event, but everything went off very, very well, and appreciate staff's effort in that. March 5th, we had our Municipal Emergency Control Group training that we do regularly. That is sort of a new partnership with the County of Simcoe, and what I would say is it's a tremendous partnership that we have with the county. We engaged our primary and alternate control group members, and just a great event that was facilitated through interim Chief Crawford and his team. As has been noted, March 9th, and I think it's worth noting again, but we did host a International Women's Day event here in council chambers for staff to celebrate the contributions of women across our organization and our community, and really just to reaffirm our commitment to equity, inclusion, and a respectful workplace. I'm not sure about the tie comment. However, it was a tremendous event and wouldn't have happened without two amazing women leaders in our organization that facilitated that through our Human Resources Department. And last but not least, just today, we continue down the path of our strategy with respect to CNCC policing as well as heads and beds. And we did have some very productive, I think, meetings today that His Worship may speak to, but we did engage some of our municipal friends and partners at AMO and AMCTO to see how we can strategically continue advancing that ball down the field and continuing to advocate on behalf of the community from a financial sustainability perspective. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lees. I won't repeat what my colleagues have mentioned, but I just want to highlight a couple things. So Mr. Lees just mentioned some advocacy work we're doing on behalf of the community. So today we met with AMO, which is Association of Municipalities of Ontario. It's a collaborative association of all member municipalities in Ontario, really to talk about our advocacy efforts, Council, specifically around payment in lieu of taxes or heads and beds tax, and the discrepancy of costing for policing costs at the Central North Correctional Center. So we're upping the ante, working with some advocacy with those groups, and that was with AMO today, and AMCTO, which is the Association of Municipal Managers and Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario. So positive work came out of that today, and we're going to continue with our strategic work. I won't repeat everything that was said, but I want to highlight one thing regarding the International Women's Day event. I was also at the event last week in Midland, hosted by the Chamber of Commerce and the North Simcoe Business Center, which was spectacular. But I want to highlight Councillor Marshaw, who was one of the speakers at that event, who did a stupendous job. I think an excellent job communicating and sharing about the event, but hats off, Councillor Marshaw. I think you did a great job, and thanks for representing the community and all the work that you do, and I think you did a great job. The Deputy Mayor and I and the CEO participated in Heads of Council last week. So that's an opportunity for mayors and deputies and CEOs of North Simcoe, so Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Tay, and Springwater, talk about things that's important to all of us for some synergies. Last week was also at our local OPP Detachment Board. So our new OPP Detachment Board is one police governance board for Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Tay, and Georgian Bay Township. I was re-elected chair for this term again. So we continue that work. We did welcome Inspector Elliott, who's our new detachment commander for the region. A couple of my colleagues mentioned about Minister Lumsden, and you might have saw some media about Minister Lumsden, who's the Minister of Sport and Culture. Was here to really highlight some grant we received for the curling club and for the arena to take care of our assets. We delegated to the minister at AMO last summer, and we recently delegated at Roma in January of this year. What I want to highlight is the work that staff do. We get minutes with the minister to delegate something that's important to the community, but we're armed with such amazing information. I think it leaves with such a high class that weeks after we delegated Roma, we were reached out by Minister Dunlop that Mr. Lumsden Dunlop wanted to come, and we got 2 hours to spend with both ministers to talk about that. That's tremendous advocacy that we get. But I just want to highlight, and Minister Lees, you didn't mention that, but tremendous amount of work's done by staff to prepare us for that. I think the delegation's only 7 minutes, but you prepare us for that. Still a lot of great work. Winterama was talked about by everybody, but I want to highlight, Winterama is not possible with staff and volunteers. And I love going to Winterama, seeing the smiles and what happens out and about, but thank you for what happens at Winterama. But Deputy Mayor did highlight that we were victorious again, and we're proud of that work. Oh, look at that. There's a shot of us at Winterama. But we also want to highlight Sarah and Kelly participated in the staff class and placed quite well in our staff class as well. So we're proud of Team Penetanguishene, and we look forward to once again continuing that at the Elmville Maple Syrup Festival. Deputy Mayor. All right, let's move on. Proclamations. We have one this evening, Council. It's regarding a proclamation regarding It Starts Month for March 2026. Council, any comments or questions on this proclamation? Seeing none, the motion reads that the following proclamations be approved as presented. One regarding proclamation for It Starts Month. It's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. All right, we're going to move on. Number 10 is a public meeting. We have two public meetings underneath the Planning Act. The first one we're going to deal with is regarding 15 Chefcott. It's zoning application ZA 1-2026. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act to consider an application to amend the Town of Penetanguishene zoning bylaw 2022-17. To Council, the purpose of this public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. The purpose of this public meeting is not to engage in a debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session to the public. This is your opportunity to speak. We encourage you to do so. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision on this application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Penetanguishene before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. The person or public body also may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Andrea, I'm going to ask if you can please introduce this application. Can you please confirm that notice was given, and you can please note any correspondences received?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council and the public. This is an application, as the mayor noted, for a rezoning or for a zoning bylaw amendment for a property at 15 Chefcott. The property is currently zoned neighborhood commercial zone, which does permit a child care center. And this zoning amendment would facilitate the development of the site for that use. It is for some site-specific exceptions to the zone, the neighborhood commercial zone. It's specific to parking and other types of general provisions for the development. The first one is a reduction in the minimum number of parking spaces required for a child care center. The current requirement is 1 space for 25 square meters of gross floor areas, which would result in 27 spaces. The request is to change that ratio to 1 space per 40 square meters of gross floor area, which would result in 17 spaces being provided. The second site-specific exception is in regards to minimum landscaping requirements, and there are two with this respect. One is a reduction of the minimum landscaping requirement adjacent to a street, and that landscaping requirement would be reduced from 3 meters to a range of 1.5 meters to 0.6 meters. And the second landscaping requirement is for lands adjacent to a residential zone, and that requirement again is 3 meters and would be reduced to 1.5 meters. This requirement is 6 meters, whereas they would be providing 3 meters to 1.5 meters in the zone. I also can confirm that notice was given of tonight's public meeting on February 17th in accordance with the Planning Act and the town's notice policy. We have received correspondence that was part of your package. There was Enbridge, comments from Enbridge, a neighboring property owner, as well as 2 property owners. And then we do not have anybody here tonight from the applicant to do a presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to make comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. If you do, I'm going to ask you to make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. I'll get you make your way to the podium, well, that's part of the process. I'll have you make your name and address for the record, please. Just to the podium, to the mic, so we have it on record. Thank you.
My name is Diane Sickinger, Sickinger. I live at 7 Chefcott Street. I have a couple concerns regarding if it becomes a daycare center, they want to reduce the land for the end of the road and the fencing. I think that's what it was stating on there. I'm wondering where they're going to put the snow. is the entrance going to come in off of Chefcott or is it going to come in off of Fuller? Chefcott Street is one of the two streets that leads to all subdivisions in that area. There's only two streets in there. This past winter, our street got so narrow, as did everyone else's, but the traffic, of course, is so bad. If the daycare center is going to have snow removal 24/7, like we as residents had to have, because every time a snowplow went by, it came off of Fuller and came down our street. You had 3 feet of snow to 4 feet of snow in your driveway every time. If the daycare center has the same problem as we do, cars are going to be parking on the street instead of in the parking lot. My biggest concern is if there's not like 3 meters to the road where they're going to put snow all winter, we're going to run into more problems than we already are facing right now. That's pretty much my biggest dilemma, is that the snow removal on that street is just horrendous because they come off of Fuller and we're swamped every time. And it's only incoming because going out, it's not as bad. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. I should have explained the process. So thank you for those. Our staff have documented what you said. Tonight's not really a back and forth. No, I appreciate the feedback. So this is what happens from here. We open the floor for comments. There's an application where the landowner is asking for a possible change to the zoning application. Right now is an opportunity for the public to ask questions. So our planners documented your questions. Not tonight. So I'm going to explain the process. So a little later in the agenda, council is going to read a motion and we're going to ask staff to report back at a future meeting with answers to the questions that came up tonight. Staff will work with the applicant and they'll come back at a future meeting where you could come back and hear the results. You can get access to the information and there can be further dialogue. But tonight's not a two-way. We just want to hear, and through our planner, that'll be facilitated with the applicant. Yep. That's fair. So if you want to give your contact information to our planner, to the clerk, they'll make sure you're informed. All right, I'm going to ask if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. I'd ask you make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Sarah, is anyone online that wishes to address us on this matter?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have no one online this evening.
Thank you. I'll make one final call. If anyone in the audience wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application, I'd ask that you make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Seeing none. Council, I'm going to ask you if you have any comments or questions regarding the information that's been presented to you tonight. And Andrew, you confirm the applicant agent's not here this evening? All right. I'm going to thank everyone for your attendance at this public meeting and your participation. Council will consider this application the results of this public meeting at a future meeting. Council, we're going to move on to the next item. It's 10B. It's regarding a public meeting regarding ZA 2-2026 regarding 138 Robert Street East. It's regarding the Providence Separate School Board of Penetanguishene. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act to consider an application to amend the Town of Penetanguishene zoning bylaw 2022-17 to council. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. The purpose of this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session to the public. This is your opportunity to speak, and we encourage you to do so. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision on this application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Penetanguishene before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to an appeal the decision. The person or public body also may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. And just for everyone, again, this will be an opportunity for you to go to the podium and make comment. Later in the agenda, we're going to have a motion to ask staff to come back to a future meeting. So there'll still be more steps to process, which I'll ask the planner to outline. Andrea, can you please introduce the application? Can you confirm whether or not notice was provided? And can you please note any correspondence that's been provided? Sorry, that's been received.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Council and the public. This was an application for a rezoning for the property that is known as 138 Robert Street East. It is a very large piece of property. However, this is rezoning for only a small portion of the property that is off Edward Street adjacent to Georgian Village at 101 Thompson Road. So just to clarify what part of the property is being rezoned. So the request right now is to rezone that land, which is currently in a rural zone, to an institutional zone, which would permit a new elementary school. This new school would replace the existing Burkevale Elementary School, which is at 39 Burke Street. The proposed amendment does include one site-specific amendment, and that is an increase to the height that's permitted. Currently, the bylaw permits a maximum of 7.5 meters, and this request is to increase that to 9.5 meters, which is just over two stories. So I can confirm that notice was given on February 17th in accordance with the Planning Act and the town's policies. And we do have some correspondence as part of your agenda package from Enbridge, the County of Simcoe, as well as some residents have provided some written comments. So if I can answer any questions, I will be happy to. I don't believe there's anybody tonight that's coming on behalf of the applicant to make any presentations.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm just going to make a public call. If the applicant or the agent is present and wishes to make a presentation or provide any additional information. Are you the applicant or the agent of the applicant, sir? So I'll have you make your way to the podium and the floor is yours if you wish to make a presentation. And if you don't mind, we'll just get you to state your name and the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jeff Kenny. I'm a planner and partner with Strategy 4 Development Consultants located at 2620 Bristol Circle in Oakville, Ontario, L6H6Z7. So I hadn't planned to actually give a presentation tonight. Typically, I sit back and listen to feedback that's collected through the information report process and then work with staff to address the concerns of the public, council, and any other parties. I guess I'll just start out by saying we were engaged by the Protestant Separate School Board of the town of Penetanguishene last year. We understand that they had a lengthy search for a site to replace the Burkevale School and that the site is sorely needed in terms of public service facility infrastructure for that board. I have enjoyed very much coming to your community. I'm very much appreciative of the sense of community that's fostered here. And we are here to answer any questions if you would like, or if there are any concerns, we're here to hear them and to work with council, staff, and the board to work towards a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. I'm now going to open the floor to anyone in the audience who wishes to make comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. I'd ask that you make your way to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please. Sarah, is anyone online that wishes to address us regarding this public meeting regarding 138 Robert Street East?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have no one online this evening.
Thank you. I'll ask again if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to make comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. If you do it, have you make your way to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, please. Seeing none, council, do you have any comments or questions regarding the information that's been presented? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Just to our director, the only amendment that you mentioned was to the height, correct? That's the only change to the zoning bylaw. I recognize that a site plan was provided just for information purposes, and in your report you outline how the site plan is an administrative process that's shepherded through staff. if there were any changes to the site plan, are there any of the other zoning provisions at jeopardy of needing to be changed?
Madam Director, do you want to bring that in a future report, or do you want to address that now?
I could quickly just follow up, Your Worship, to Councillor Vadabancor. So currently we do have this application for the zoning. So the site plan itself hasn't quite arrived. So when we do that and as we work towards it, should it arise that they needed to necessitate something, but I do believe they've put in a tremendous amount of effort designing the site right now and meeting the zoning bylaw provisions. So I highly doubt that would be the circumstance.
Councillor Vadabancor.
Thank you. And members of council may recall that at the last meeting, I suggested that or put a referral item that staff be asked to look at the potential of a partnership with the Protestant Separate School Board as a community use school. And as part of that, we would look at a full-size gymnasium. And I had a quick look at the site plan, and it's hard for me to determine whether there's a full-size gym in that on that site plan or not. But I don't want to see that opportunity go by without it really being looked at and discussed. And I know the referral item was to ask staff to initiate the discussion. So that's my only point, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabancor. Any other members of council, comments or questions regarding the presentation or information? None. I have a comment that could possibly be worked on between the applicant and our staff when the report comes back in the future. I did have a call the last few days regarding parking and bus access and egress at the site. So I'm just wondering if we could look at that at a future report when that comes back, please. Okay, council. I'll ask if there's any concluding comments from our applicant about anything presented. Seeing none. Okay, I'm going to thank everyone for your attendance and participation in this public meeting. Council will consider this application results at a future public meeting. Again, thank you for your participation. Andrea, if you don't mind, can you just outline to everyone what's the process look like? I know there's multiple steps, but just so everyone understands, what's the engagement look like? When can they participate? How do they participate? When can they expect to see things come forward? If you don't mind, outline that for us.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So for anyone who's interested in being advised of the decision or when a recommendation report's coming forward to council with respect to either of these rezoning applications, please leave your name with myself or the clerk, Kelly, or you can submit something in writing to our email at planning@penetanguishene.ca. That way your name will be on a list, and when that report would come forward, we would let you know that it's public and what the meeting is so that you could attend that meeting and hear that results. Other than that, when council does make a decision, there would be a bylaw that gets passed, and then for those of you who have left your name for the record, you would get notice of that decision of council through the mail as well. Lastly, for information, there is our engagement website, connectpenetanguishene.ca, and if you searched up just development, you would get a list of all the active development applications in the town currently. Both of these sites are listed there, so you could get some of the detailed information, as the mayor alluded to, or Councillor Vadabancor, about a site plan, some traffic information for those of you who have some questions about what traffic would look like on either site. So there is information publicly available about the site if you have any questions. Other than that, you can also contact the planning department by email, by telephone if you have further questions. I think that's as brief as I could be.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I appreciate it. All right, council, we're going to move on. Our next item is delegations and presentations. A little earlier tonight, CEO Lees in his welcoming comments talked about the emergency plan and the work that we're doing with our emergency planning. And that's been a partnership we've done with the County of Simcoe. And I'll tell you, sitting in this seat, being a representative of our community at the County of Simcoe, the county does tremendous work on our behalf. Like, we're so fortunate to have this partnership. And I think we saw that with the emergency planning work that the CEO Lee spoke of earlier. During budget this year, council, we did have a local community group that presented and was looking for financial support from us regarding a shelter, and it was regarding the guest house shelter in Midland. I asked Madam Clerk if she reach out to the county and if they could come and present the 10-year homelessness strategy. There's been tremendous work done on this, and I think when you hear the great work that's being done, you'll be quite impressed. So I want to thank our friends from the county for being here to present, and hopefully you'll find it as informative as I did. So we have Mina Fayez-Baguette, who's our General Manager of Social and Community Services, Andrew Scarvelli is our Director of Housing and Homelessness, and Brittany Donor-Gilroy, the Community Strategy Supervisor. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us and sharing the 10-year affordable housing homeless strategy. I was impressed when I saw it, County, and I think it's good for our council and our community. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Rossin, and good evening, Council. I'm Mina back at the General Manager for Social and Community Services here at the County of Simcoe, and I have with me
Brittany Donor-Gilray, and I'm a Community Strategies Supervisor at the County.
We also have Director Scavarelli, Andrew Scavarelli, who's the Director of Housing and Homelessness Services, with us to answer questions if there's any questions in the specific to our program areas. Today, what we're going to do is walk you through our 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy and a little bit of background on the strategy itself. The County of Simcoe is the Legislative System Service Manager for Housing and Homelessness Services here. For the 16-member municipalities, including the town of Penetanguishene, as well as the two separated cities of Orillia and the city of Barrie. We're also the federally legislated service manager. We're called a community entity in the federal legislation. And similarly, this is for our homelessness portfolio as well. So every 10 years, the province of Ontario requires all 47 of the system service managers across Ontario to present a 10-year strategy on how they are going to create more affordable housing, prevent homelessness, and protect the affordable housing that's already in stock that was downloaded to us in the early 2000s. So the first 10 years of the plan was from 2014 to 2024. In that plan, the County of Simcoe overshot its goal by almost 1,000 extra affordable housing units, but that was nowhere close to what's needed today. And last year, there was a transition year where the province asked us to pause while they gave us more direction on what they want to see of the plans. And in 2025, we passed a plan in November. So we'll walk you through that and specifics to the town of Penetanguishene and how this plan applies to them, to this town. So again, like I said, so we adopted the plan and we took a different approach this year. And this approach was really focused on trying to make sure we're aligned to both federal and provincial guidelines and become more data informed. So something that we wanted to do here is make sure that both legislations, the National Housing Strategy and the Housing Services Act, really spoke to what we do and has empowered us to do. And then again, we really wanted to make sure we can demonstrate progress and measure more appropriately versus the first 10 years when we were just focused on one metric, creating more affordable housing units. Here, we're going to be focusing on serving people and how many people can we serve in the next 10 years using all of the mechanisms we have in place. Next slide.
So what you're looking at here is what we refer to as the housing continuum. And this includes all of the housing that we as service managers sort of oversee, right from emergency shelters and transitional housing, as well as homelessness prevention, through to affordable housing development that we offer through things like our Simcoe County Housing Corporation, and then also secondary market rental. Those are the kinds of rental that we would subsidize with rent supplements. So we're kind of bridging the gap between what people can afford and what the market is offering, right through up to single detached homes and home ownership. The thing about home ownership is that's a little bit less what we're doing in social and community services, but our planning department does work hard with local planning departments like the town of Penetanguishene to incentivize affordable housing development as well as right-size housing. So when people are saying, you know, we want to see smaller homes, we don't want, you know, these giant estate homes, those are the kind of things that we're trying to incentivize in our communities. So when I say the planning department does that, you'll see that big green circle referring to Housing ASAP. Basically what this diagram is there's a housing continuum. We're required to create a 10-year strategy. What we noticed, however, is across multiple departments at the county and as well as in municipalities, lots of people were doing the work, but kind of in their own sections. So for example, our homelessness team was working on a 10-point homelessness prevention plan, and that is around coordinated access and emergency services and supports. Then we had our Simcoe County Housing Master Plan. That's the pipeline of units that we're developing as a housing service provider. So that's our county affordable housing, as well as the nonprofits that we work with in the area. and then obviously the planning departments. And then there's a tiny little gap in there that wasn't really kind of attached to a pre-existing plan, and that's the housing programs we offer. So things like secondary suites funding, those rent supplements I was mentioning, homeownership down payment assistance programs, all of those pieces. So when we went to embark on developing a 10-year strategy, we realized we'd already paid consultants and we already had a number of plans at play that all worked to feed different parts of the housing continuum. So what this strategy really needed to be was a unified approach across all of those plans, so we weren't duplicating efforts. So we've consolidated all of that work under one umbrella within the new 10-year housing strategy, and that's what you're looking at here. Next slide. So Mina mentioned the strategy from 2014 to 2024 and that we have a new one. And so I always like to point out what's different. You want to make sure that we're making progress and we're not just kind of duplicating efforts. So bold new targets. We did a lot of community consultation. We had over, I think it was 4,000 responses to one of our online surveys. And we heard loud and clear, not only from the community partners that we work with, but from residents in the county that they wanted bolder and bigger targets. Obviously, we wanted to keep them grounded in reality and we wanted something that we thought we could attain. But we definitely made them a lot higher. I think it's actually an 89% increase over the original target of 2685, which Tamina mentioned we actually exceeded the first time around. Stronger focus on diversion and preventing homelessness before it starts. Now, this is something that we always did under the previous strategy. We actually served over 15,000 households with different things like rental arrears, assistance, first and last month's rent to help them transition into new housing. So we've always been offering this, but we never quantified it before. And when you actually look at the cost savings, it's the highest when you can keep people out of the shelter system. So not only is it less traumatic for somebody going through that kind of experience, but it's actually, the shelter system is the most expensive. So anytime we can keep people out of that system, that's working in our favor. Better defined unit and service targets. Under the original strategy, we kind of referred to everything as units. So when we said 2685 new units, we were counting built new units, but we were also counting those rent supplements we were giving people to get them into housing right away. However, those technically aren't units that are adding to supply. And so some of the feedback we got was that that wasn't really transparent. So in the new strategy, you can see very transparently what are built units, what are supplemented units, and what is diversion and prevention. And that also just kind of lends to capital versus operating clarity. So capital dollars are the things that we're sort of building bricks and mortar, and operating is those programs that we're operating. Also detailed performance tracking. So what we consider outputs, we're going to be monitoring obviously what we're providing, but we're also going to be monitoring it along with what's happening in our communities from a data perspective. So where we kind of got hammered the last time was nobody expected COVID-19. It created a lot of housing challenges. It created a lot of financial challenges. And our 10-year plan and the targets that we had set many years previous wasn't responsive to that. So now we're kind of trying to be creating flexible targets and then monitoring what's actually going on in the community so that we can adjust accordingly. This was also, again, designed in-house. So what we did differently is rather than hiring another consultant, we made sure that we created a unified strategy that pulled together all of the work we're doing. And lastly, rather than 5 strategic themes like under the last strategy, which were quite long and kind of difficult to understand, we're just going with 3 policy areas: supply, people, and service system management, because that's what runs the housing continuum. Next slide, please.
These are the 3 areas that Brittany just mentioned. We're looking at our supply, like our physical stock. So as we shared, we own and operate a stock, and then we oversee a secondary stock that's owned and operated by nonprofits. And between the 2, there's a lot of opportunity to intensify or grow or develop. And that was where that second circle was on the continuum, which was the Simcoe County Housing Corporation's master plan, which is a development plan and strategy. The second one is about the people. There's a lot of people, like as you are all aware, that are struggling with affordability. And we're seeing kind of the second wave of the economic impact of COVID-19. The first wave were those who are experiencing homelessness and already in trouble, falling further into need. And then the second wave were those who were just hanging on, probably working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, and just basically going from paycheck to paycheck, are now starting to also find themselves falling into homelessness. So really the strategy here, we wanted to ensure that we had a preventative set of programs that keep people housed rather than have them touch our emergency shelter programming. And what we wanted to do is make sure it's achievable. So what we did is we measured how well do we do prevention work, and how can we capture it in the next 10 years here? So you'll see how pronounced that work is in this plan, because the cost diversion of keeping someone housed is exponentially larger than trying to respond to their homelessness in an emergency or short-term manner using shelter beds or motels or other very inefficient, uses of resources. And then finally, system service management. So the other thing that we know in both the federal and provincial governments really flagged this with us was that you have to show your approaches are evidence-based. So we want to establish a data strategy. So you'll see at open.simcoe.ca, we're incredibly transparent on how we deliver our services. We know how many people stay in our shelters every night from the night before, and you can too. We know how many people are entering homelessness and exiting homelessness over month, year over year, and we compare trends by demographics, whether they're youth, family, single adults, and others. This is something that didn't exist 3 years ago publicly. We also know how many people are experiencing homelessness at any given time here at the county. So we're one of the only service managers of the 47 that's doing this, but it helps us get into the front of the line when there's federal and provincial funding opportunities, because we can quantify right down to the person or the night or the number of beds what we need to both orders of government. And we found that strategy since 2023 has allowed us to be much more successful, including securing things like the Heart Hub and other, addiction and recovery-based programming that never existed before. It was because our data, we could point to how we were going to address the challenge. Okay, next slide.
So I mentioned bigger, bolder targets, and also that the previous target was 2685 units. So for context, County Council approved a new strategy with a target of 20,996 households served. And as I mentioned, we're very transparent about how they're being served. So you'll see 5,081 are total households housed. So that's us getting people into housing. 1,331 is either through new built units under our corporate housing or under secondary suites. So that's the funding we actually give people to create a unit. And then 3,750 would be attached to some form of rent supplement, whether it be municipal rent supplement or the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit. And that could also include the homeownership down payment assistance program too. So that's something that we offer to people who are in moderate income to be able to get them out of rental and into homeownership. So that's 5,081 total households housed. And then you see that diversion component. So it's 15,625 roughly households with homelessness prevention. And that can include duplication of take up. So that's not necessarily all individuals. If they utilize the program more than once, the strategy spans 10 years. They can utilize it a certain number of times within like a 2-year span. So there is a pause between how often they can get it, but within the 10 years, there may be a household that utilizes it more than once. And then as well as 290 urgent home repairs and accessibility modifications. What that is it's funding for people who are potentially homeowners and they could have something that they can't afford to fix, like their water heater or roofing, and it could potentially make their home unlivable. There is a fund for that, as well as accessibility modifications. So that can help seniors with aging in place, or if somebody has a new physical challenge, they need a ramp installed, that can help them to stay in their location. And then also, this isn't actually in the quantified number of households served with diversion, but we can afford under our capital repairs, which is helping existing nonprofits with capital repairs, fix approximately 55 buildings. So that's quite a lot of units within 55 buildings that we can also keep operational. And so then that creates that total housing target of 20,996. And then we're referring to that as households served. So that's the combinations of households housed and households provided with some form of subsidy. And as I mentioned, in terms of bolder targets, that is an 89.2% increase over the previous target.
And so what we were trying to share with this plan is not only a roadmap of how to achieve what we set out to do with this target, but to demonstrate how invested the county is and to use this as an advocacy tool to get the federal and provincial governments to match that investment. So if you see here in the first house, this is our municipal commitment. This is what we are sure and approved to invest in the next 10 years. So $324 million to do the 17,482 households of service. And this is where we know the majority of that is preventative work or rent supplements and things that we mapped out and we're investing in. The new unit count is really the only difference you're seeing between if we get provincial government investment and or provincial and federal government investment. So what you're seeing here is an escalating cost for development. Just to develop like about 300 more units is going to cost us almost three times as much. So what this tells us, and what it tells the federal and provincial governments, you can't develop your way out of this problem because it is cost prohibitive. It is the per unit cost to develop a new unit like an apartment or a townhome or whatever is an escalating cost. And over 10 years, we know it's going to exponentially escalate as it did over the last 10 years. But what we're focused on is that preventative and the rent supplement, like drawing down or buying down rent in an existing unit that doesn't need to be built from zero is much more cost effective than a cost prohibitive way of trying to develop something from zero. We're still committed to developing, and you see that in the first third, but then other 2/3 we're really asking the federal governments not to give us capital dollars. Like we need a little bit to get to that goal, but what we really need is rent supplements and to continue giving us those rent supplements, because that's how we can achieve what we're setting out to do here. So the 20,996, if we get all three orders of government on board, 20,582 if we get one of the two orders of government. And then of course, if it's just us on our own, we know we can achieve the 7,482.
Thank you. So I wanted to personalize this for your community a little bit, just because when we talk about units county-wide, like what does that mean for the township of Penetanguishene and its residents? So first, I'm just going to walk you through a little bit of the pressure points. What this is considered core housing need data. And what that is it's typically one of three things. A household can be in one or more of these three sort of challenges. It's either affordability. So a household is considered unaffordable if they're spending 30% or more of their before tax income on their housing costs. Suitability, which is basically the size of the unit. So sometimes you see some overcrowding in a household. There's multiple children sharing a room, potentially of different ages or genders, which they don't typically like to see. Or, multifamilies kind of pairing up, but the house isn't really conducive to that size of family. And then also condition or adequacy, as it's referred to. And so that could be, again, houses that are in ill repair. So if you fall under any of those categories, you could identify as being in core housing need. Now, much of what we're measuring when we discuss core housing need in this context, it is typically tied to affordability. So most people that are presenting in core housing need, it usually is because they're in lower income. However, in rural communities, especially like older rural communities where the housing's been around for a long time, the housing stock, what you do find is you do often find seniors who are in core housing need related to repairs. And that's because they've retired and they're no longer drawing in their income. They may actually own the home, but when it falls in ill repair, they don't make as much money to be able to make those repairs. So information is power, and I'm going to kind of walk you through some of these pressure points, but where the solutions lie for some of them. So you can see here on the left side, that's the Simcoe County core housing need data, and you can see there's a variation in the number of households, like sizes and income levels. So we need a lot of different solutions to meet the county-wide need. When you look at Penetanguishene's data, you notice that light green is one-person households. And the two different rows that you're looking at are lowest income and low income. So the majority of people struggling with core housing need related to affordability in the township of Penetanguishene are actually individuals. And then that sort of brighter green, that is three-person households. It is $2,500 is sort of the approximate average market rent, or AMR, in the community. There's information on this on our housing rental aggregator on open.simcoe.ca, so you can actually keep an eye on those rents. But as you can tell, if it were a three-person household, if it was a single mom and two kids, $2,500 is a lot of rent a month. And then also just of note, Penetanguishene does have a significantly high senior population with nearly 30% 65 and up. So when we're looking at who's in core housing need locally, we're typically looking at a lot of individuals. We could be looking at older individuals that need some kind of retirement type situation living, as well as probably three-person households, which could be single mother led. And that actually shows up in the priority populations we're going to look at next. So here is what is called the core housing need deficit. And what that means is it's typically the number of houses for who, how many, and like what type of income level that we need. So as you can see here, it shows you on the left side, income category. So this is what would be considered affordable. and then the number of people in the household and sort of what's missing. And so as you can see, again, it just validates that one-person household. Approximately 300 one-person households are making up the total of 380 households in core housing needs. So in Penetanguishene, of your entire population, it's 380 that are registered in this kind of chart. And then the priority populations in order of how they were identified was primarily very low income households, which we saw on the first slide. Also, there actually was a number of refugee claimant-led households in the area, which I found surprising. And then households led over 85, single mother-led households, women-led households, households led over 65. So you can see that age playing a bit of a barrier there. And then households led by persons living with physical or cognitive limitations, and Indigenous households. So these were the core housing need priority populations that were identified. And then also, based on the 30% rule, it's not just renters that are struggling. There are some homeowners. It was approximately 135 owner households that identified as having affordability challenges. So we do have solutions for these. So as much as it can seem alarming to see numbers like that, because I mean, even one household struggling is something we don't want to see in our community. But knowing where the struggles lie, we can actually then match you with the appropriate types of programs that we're offering. Next slide, please. So again, we're focusing on supply, people, and then service system management, which is really our performance as the county. But in terms of supply, one of the things I mentioned was the new pipeline under our master plan. That's housing we're actually developing. And there's actually 2 slated for Penetanguishene that are actually anticipated to be completed sometime within 2026. These are part of public record, and I'm sure there's reports somewhere in your files if you want to dig a little deeper, but one is on Harriet Street, and it would be an addition of 11 potential 1-bedroom units and it repairing. So maintaining those units, we're not losing units while we're trying to make new ones. 20 existing, so it would be 10 net new, 20 existing, and 1 RGI replacement for 11. Yep, go ahead.
And the unique part of this development is that in the Midland Penetanguishene communities, we don't have one elevator in our current apartment building stock for seniors. So what we're having is people age in place without accessibility. So this will actually be the first elevator being built. By adding the 3rd floor, we're able to attach a well. So it's a fast development. It qualifies for a series of different funding because we're intensifying energy efficiency and other things, and then making it accessible. The second thing is it allows us to then have 11 open spaces to move those who are waiting on wait lists in other builds to get accessibility, convert that building to a fully accessible building, and then create new openings across all the other portfolios to house more people who are waiting in that previous slide for housing.
Thanks. And then the second project is Garden Suites pilot project. So what we're looking at here is trying to utilize modular for infill. So anywhere there's some space or land that we can utilize. So this is on an existing property, and they've approved 2 garden suites that are being contracted through our Simcoe County Housing Corporation, and they're actually putting out a tender for a 3rd as well. And so what this is this is actually a lot of new 1-bedroom units that will be coming online within your community.
So this example is again where we're being approached by many tiny home opportunity developers and really good ideas, but often focused at the wrong population, thinking they'd be a good solution for the homelessness, where we think it's actually a really good solution for us. We have 200 single family homes in the Penetanguishene Midland area with large lots. So what we did here is the reason why we picked 3 different developers to try 3 different products. So again, in the house, what we're doing is renovating the house, inserting a basement secondary suite and a garden suite. So now on the one lot that only served 1 household, we can serve 3 at the cost of less than $300,000. So this is another fast way to create more units and then open up. And then once you open up those 3, you can vacate another 2 houses and do it again. So those 3 garden suites and the secondary suites in the basements will result in a 3x outcome. And then again, we'll learn from our pilots, learn from the product, and the idea is to roll this out to as many. And I believe we've identified 30 that would be suitable for garden suite installations. And installations could take from 2 months to 6 months, depending on the product. So again, a quick way to address and then utilizing our inefficient stock, single family homes, with an efficient and intensifying on that footprint.
Next slide, please. So again, we're speaking to supply, and this is housing programs. So sort of that orange one in the middle. The other one was attached to the housing plan, master plan. So this one is some programs that we offer, such as secondary suites program. And I mentioned that's county funding that we actually provide to homeowners who are interested in putting in a secondary suite. So that can be an accessory dwelling unit, or it can actually be like a basement or above garage apartment. So it can be within the actual home itself or secondary to it. But again, if people take that up, it not only offers the homeowner a secondary source of revenue, but it is creating typically smaller sized units like 1-bedroom units or bachelor units that can be brought online in a community that needs them most. The age-friendly seniors housing grant program is very similar, but obviously it is it's meant to be age friendly. So it's to help seniors aging in place. Typically, you'll see families kind of uptake that program, or in some cases, it is developers that do create age friendly units. And then we also have our homeownership affordable down payment assistance program. I mentioned that. What this one is created to do is to help moderate income renters who are actually doing quite well and can potentially enter into homeownership, but don't necessarily have that down payment. We can support them with that piece and then get them out of rental and into homeownership. So not only does it help move them through the housing continuum, but then it frees up available rental. And then lastly, rent supplements. So obviously, if somebody is struggling with the market rent, we can bridge the gap between what they can afford to pay based on their income and then what average local market rent is for the size of housing that they need and the composition of their household. Next slide, please. And again, in addition to those sort of supply pieces, we also are focusing on people and their needs and helping them where they're at. Two programs that we offer under housing programs are urgent home repairs and accessibility modifications. Spoke a little bit about that. So that's keeping people housed either through accessibility modifications, as they sound. That can be things like a grab bar, even in a bathroom, a ramp, or something that can help you get around or age in place a little better. And then urgent home repairs, again, is those failing structural pieces. So it's not cosmetic. It wouldn't just be, the shingles are curling, but if there is a major structural issue with a roof or a heater or something like that that's required in order to live well, that would be, you could apply to that program. And then eviction prevention programs. So these are huge. This is a big bulk of how we're keeping people out of homelessness, but it could be first and last month's rent. And why we do that is to transition them quickly out of whatever situation they have to be removed from so that they don't end up in street level homelessness or in shelter. So if we can quickly move them from one unit to another, if they're having a challenge, that still keeps them out of the system. It can also be rental arrears or utility arrears. So if, for example, they fell behind on their rent about a month or two, if we can get them caught up and keep them housed in their location, that's even better, because typically the rent does go up when somebody has to move from one location to another. So eviction prevention programs, and there's a couple other, like moving costs may be covered. You can look at that program, but it is a big benefit to keeping people out of the actual shelter system or street level homelessness. And then the next piece is just, again, we're focusing on supply, people, and service system management. Service system management is really sort of our performance lens as the county. So are we doing our job well? Are we meeting our targets? Are we in line with, federal and provincial policy? And so that's really around how we deliver things, the partnerships we're building, the data and information that we're collecting, the annual reporting that we'll do. And I just wanted to tell you kind of how you are already connected to the work that we're doing. So you do have kind of a constant line on the 10-year strategy. We established an affordable housing advisory committee at the onset of the previous strategy. So it's been running for about 10 years. It's a subcommittee of county council, and they oversee the strategic implementation of this plan. They can identify opportunities and barriers. They can speak on behalf of their own communities. They can request informational reports. So for example, we have looked into tiny houses, different housing materials, secondary suites, different kinds of pieces at the local level. But also there's 6 elected officials that sit here representing north, south, east, west, and the cities of Barrie and Orillia. So Mayor Gordon is actually the current northern rep. So if you had something that you wanted brought to this table, it is his job to kind of bring on behalf of the Township of Penetanguishene as well, any concerns or questions or things that you'd like to explore. And then there's also 6 appointed representatives from different sectors like mental health, homelessness, the regular health system. We also have development like build and landlords and property managers. So a couple different perspectives along that housing continuum. Next slide, please. You also have a very local line on our municipal liaison group. So this was when we originally did the first strategy. We went around and did deputations to each member municipality in the cities. And we asked you to put forward a staff member to attend a committee on planning for affordable housing. So you do have a planner from the Township of Penetanguishene that attends quarterly meetings at the municipal liaison group. It's actually a great committee because they not only discuss affordable housing policies that come down the pipes and how to apply them and any challenges, but they actually share a lot of projects and best practices. So they've they've learned from each other and, how to, create new duplexing or, like tiny houses. How do we insure these? How do we permit them? Those kinds of questions that a lot of planners are sort of left with whenever it's a new project or a new material or some kind of thing they haven't seen before. So they've been learning from each other and they've learned a lot. And they also explore related topics again. We bring forward different research or people from other communities, and they then inform the delivery of the 10-year plan. So we do often take reports from the planning committees up to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee and vice versa. When the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee passes some major milestone, we'll inform them as well. So I do encourage you to encourage your staff to continue attending, but also seek them out as a resource for more information about what's going on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. And this is just some of the data resources. If it's the information we provided, you want to look into it a little more. We developed open.simcoe.ca. There's a lot of information on there, and we continue to add local data to create transparency and access to data. You can follow local rents as well as local shelter use, as Mina mentioned. And then there's two relationships that we've built with other groups. So CMHC and then also Western Wardens Caucus have given us access to the housing resource assessment tool. That's the one that demonstrated the core housing need pieces, and the rural housing information system. There's a whole profile on Penetanguishene with all kinds of different housing data you can access, and it's laid out really easy to read. And obviously Statistics Canada.
Thank you very much, Mina and Brittany and Andrew, for being here tonight. This is great. Council, hopefully you found this as rewarding as I did. The work, Mina, you're leading with the team's phenomenal. Just for everyone's interest, you'll recall 2.5 years ago, we had a building collapse on the main street. And within hours, this team deployed and provided support and emergency relief to everybody, and nobody is left unhoused hours later under Mina's leadership. So just as an example, a lot of great work's being done on a regular basis. I can't say enough kudos and respect for this team. We're blessed to get this information on a regular basis, but thank you so much. Like the work and leadership being done, I think you saw the tremendous work. Council, comments and questions? Councilor Marshall.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I do have to commend, I'm really impressed with this next 10-year plan. The fact that people is one of your pillars and objectives, I think is pivotal in this work in housing. I think, I know Nina from work that I do at Chigamik and the work that we do for our community, and just housing is such a vulnerability, and people feel that they don't even have a starting place when they don't even have an address to put on an envelope to get things. And so the continuum is the other piece that I really want to commend, because this really is about a continuum. People are at very different stages. We say, let's help people or meet them where they're at. And this really adds validity to that message around people are part of this process. There's a continuum. And then the prevention piece, which really, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of whatever the saying is. So just your example of cost, you can build and build, but this is not the solution. There's all these other pieces. So just really commend the work at looking at this in a different approach and really keeping people in place. I have a father who's 80. We're doing everything we can to keep him at home. I've highlighted a couple grants that him and I might need to talk about, but that is so important. It's part of their integrity and their dignity, and housing is so important. So just really excited about this new plan, and just thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. Council, any other comments or questions? Councilor Vedabankar.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you very much for the presentation. Lots of good information, and this is an excellent document as well. So really appreciate this document. I hadn't seen it before. My question has to do with house sharing. I was reading recently about programs where single individuals may be in a house and they're just having difficulty affording to keep that house going, but they have 2 or 3 empty bedrooms, and people are moving in with them, and they're sharing a house and sharing the expenses. Do you know if that's being offered and there's some coordination going on with people that may be interested in that form of accommodation?
Through you, Mayor Rawson. Thanks for the question. And before I answer it, I just want to flag the work we do is based on an army of great staff that like do things like the emergency social services team that responds to emergencies. So I can't take credit for that. Like I just make sure the call and the information gets passed over. But honestly, there's like an incredible team, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that, because it's not just one person, it's a whole team that's behind us. To answer your question, yes. So part of this 10-year strategy, one thing we really want to look at is partnerships. So not just the county developing on its own or doing these things on its own. So we're really focused on private-public partnerships and private nonprofit partnerships. So there has been a few nonprofits that are coming that are focusing on older adults and how their housing programs. So we're in fact exploring, and in one of our new developments, we're exploring a lack for a better term, the Golden Girls model, where 4 adults who may own, one of them owns a house and the other 3 are needing affordability, will divest their properties or maybe divest them back to the county so we can use them for affordable rentals and coming together. So there is this coordination piece on the development side, like how do you design a space like that, but also on the program side, like how do you coordinate 4 individuals. Like, so it's almost like a reiteration of the co-op model from the 1970s, where everybody kind of comes together. They all have an ownership responsibility on the property, and they each take a role on how to maintain and operate it. So we're exploring a few of those. It's been an interesting journey because it's had us researching what did they do 30 years ago when they're standing up co-ops, and could there be like a new iteration of that with, but we're focused on aging adults because we find them to be overhoused and need of support in order to maintain or divest it and downsize into something more appropriate. So yeah, you'll hear a little bit more about that. We're going to pilot a few things. Right now we have 2 proposals that we're looking at.
Thank you very much.
All right, seeing none, thank you, Mina, Brittany, and Andrew for being here. I'm sorry you had to be here the night that I'm wearing the Flyers jersey, but thank you for being here and sharing with us the great work that's being done by you and the team. Thank you. All right, council, let's move on to the next item. It's adoption minutes not already confirmed. I have a motion reads of the following minutes that council means be confirmed, adopted, circulated. Special council for February 11th, 2026. Council for February 11th, 2026. It's moved by Councillor Drush, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 13 is our consent agenda. We have nothing this evening. 14 is matters for consideration. We have a couple items this evening, council. Our first item is regarding our public meeting we had earlier regarding 15 Chefcott. The motion reads that the public meeting report PL 2026-09 for the zoning bylaw amendment application file number ZA1-2026 concerning 15 Chefcott Street be received, and that any matters identified in the report PL 2026-09 and at the public meeting be addressed in a report to committee of the whole. It's moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Waters. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 14B is regarding our other public meeting we had this evening. The motion reads that the public meeting report PL 2026-10 for the zoning bylaw amendment application file number ZA2-02026 concerning 138 Robert Street East be received, and that any matters identified in report PL 2026-10 and at the public meeting be addressed in a report to committee of the whole. It's moved by Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor Vedabunker. Further comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The next item, 14C, is regarding the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan. The motion reads that the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan prepared by Sajecki Planning Inc., dated March 2026, be received, and that staff be directed to schedule a statutory public meeting for an official plan amendment, OPA 2022-01, to adopt the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan and to receive feedback. I'm going to look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vedabunker. Council, I'm going to open up for any comments and questions on this item. Councillor Vedabunker.
Just a comment, Your Worship. This is in reference to a series of meetings that have been taking place by an advisory committee. I can't stress enough the importance of the public getting engaged in this. This is a meeting dealing with the town dock and concept plans for the future of the town dock. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. And just to further add to that, there's been a lot of community consultation already. Like, this is almost 6 years we've been having this conversation. Council, it's one of the first things this council did. We appointed the committee and we started the work. A lot of work's been done. I just want to highlight the process moving forward for everyone. So this recommendations to ask for a future public information meeting. So from here, there's going to be a public meeting on April the 8th. So next month we'll have a public meeting just like we did earlier tonight. From there, a report will come on May 13th, our committee of the whole. And then in June, there will be a potential bylaw passage. So there's still opportunity, but time's running out. So if you want to participate, to your point, Councillor Vedabunker, you better come show up because there's only a couple meetings left. Councillor, I read the motion. I have a mover. I have a seconder. Further comments and questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. I was going to ask staff how they're feeling about that because it's been a long journey, but I'll leave comments. 15, presentations and consideration report from committee of the whole. For public's interest, we meet as council. When council adjourns, we move into committee of the whole. So last month's committee of the whole comes forward to council the following month to relook at items or approve or ratify or change the decisions from last month. So it's a second look at the topics. I'm going to ask the chair of each section to highlight what we discussed, and then council make a decision on what the decisions were of last month. Councillor Vedabunker, Transportation Environmental Services section, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So at the last meeting, Transportation Environmental Services actually went second after Recreation because we wanted to do a presentation prior. So in any event, it's listed first or second in the report. So we considered 5 consent items, and we dealt with an information report on the water and wastewater operational review. We reviewed the proposed 5-year sidewalk maintenance and reconstruction plan, which has details with respect to the sidewalks that are proposed to be reconstructed and maintained. We dealt with a 5-year preventative road maintenance plan, and we dealt with the 5-year sanitary sewer maintenance plan and the 5-year stormwater management plan. So those were the 5 consent items. We had 3 matters for consideration. The first item had to do with an easement for electric vehicle charging stations at the town dock, a blanket easement. The second item had to do with an amendment to our maintenance standards to our dealing with municipal roads, in particular the filling of potholes, and committee recommended and was approved that the time period for filling potholes on local streets be amended from 30 days to 21 days. And the last item we dealt with was traffic calming measures and road safety initiatives. As committee would recall, the province canceled the speed camera initiative, but provided municipalities with a large sum of money to implement traffic calming measures. And our Director of Public Works recommended a number of traffic calming measures that committee approved. We had a number of 3 referrals, and those continued, and no referrals were added to the list. So, Your Worship, I'd like to move, and I know the Deputy Mayor would like to second, that Council approve all the recommendations contained in the Transportation and Environmental Services section report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vedabunker. Council, you've heard the motion. Anybody wish to put anything for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor LaRue, please, for Recreation.
Thank you, Your Worship. The fact that I was not at the February meeting, a co-chair of RCS, Deputy Mayor LaRose, will give the report.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Not a problem. Thank you, Your Worship. The Rec and Community Services section had 6 consent agenda items last month, and they were Museum and Heritage Committee meeting minutes, Trails Committee meeting minutes, Penetanguishene Public Library minutes, Older Adult Center, fee waiver requests, and Charles Scott Playground. We had two matters for consideration, and they were ice user agreements with Georgian Bay Minor Hockey, Penetanguishene Skating Club, North Simcoe Girls Hockey, and the Penetang Junior C Kings. We hate mentioning that tonight. It's not good. The other one we had was the Recreation Parks and Trails Strategy. We dealt with that, and under referrals, we had three items. They were Truth and Reconciliation, Gateway to Rotary Champlain Windette Park, and the capital plan for the PMCC. So as the Vice Chair of Rec and Community Services section, I move, seconded by Councillor Leroux, that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report for Rec and Emergency Services be approved.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Council, I'm going to ask that we remove Committee of the Whole 6G number 3, the Junior C agreement that you identified. So Council will remove that one item. Councillor Vadabonker will vote on the remaining. Then we'll do that one separately. He did declare a conflict earlier, so if you don't mind, we'll pull that. Council, any comments and questions on the motion before us? Again, with the Junior C report removed. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor, we're going to vote on the next item that the Deputy Mayor just brought forward. So it's regarding Committee of the Whole report 6G number 3 regarding the Junior C Kings report. Deputy Mayor, it will be moved by you, seconded by Councillor Leroux. Sorry, yes, Councillor Leroux. Councillor Vadabonker has declared a conflict, won't participate. Further comments and questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry about that miss.
I had it written too.
Well, we didn't communicate. My apologies. Councillor DeRush, please. Planning and Community Development Services section, please.
Thank you very much. The Planning Community Development Services section had 3 consent agenda items. The first was the Economic Advisory Committee minutes for October 6th and January 12th. The second was the complete application and public meeting for 138 Robert Street East. The third item was the complete application and public meeting for 15 Chefcott Street. There was only one matter for consideration, and that was the bylaw department procedure and policy updates, and it was recommended that these policies be approved. One item remains on the referral list, and that is 161 Church Street and options for its future use. As the Chair of the Planning Committee Development Services section, I move the motion, seconded by Vice Chair Bill Waters, that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to the section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rush. Anybody wish to pull anything for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Marchand, please. The Finance and Corporate Services section, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Finance and Corporate Services, we had 2 consent agenda items. The first one was the Roma 2026 Conference Delegation Follow-Up Report. The second item was the Electronic Document and Record Management System Update. Under Matters for Consideration, we had 2 items. We had the board and committee work plans for the various subcommittees within the town. And the second item was the Microsoft Teams phone system customer service call handling option. Under Matters for Referral, we had 2 items, the procedural bylaw update and the funding options for GBGH Hospital that remain for referral items. As the chair, I'm moving forward that we look, as the chair, I'm recommending, and seconded by Councillor Waters, that the recommendation contained with the Committee of the Whole report related to Finance and Corporate Services be approved. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Does anybody wish to pull in for further comment or discussion? Councillor Marchand.
Thank you. I would like to pull the Microsoft Teams phone customer service call handling option to be opened up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. We'll pull that separate. Anybody wish to pull anything for further comment or discussion? We'll vote on the remaining items of that report. We have a mover, we have a seconder. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Marchand, you pulled the second item regarding the Teams phone. I'll open the floor to you.
Thank you. I just would really like to bring this back to council's attention and just read the motion again. I think there's a really good opportunity here that we consider the phone service call handling option. It is an enhancement to service. It is some efficiencies. We still have options to ensure that there's a live voice at the other end of the call or at the other end of the phone. So I would like to see if I could have someone second that we reopen that conversation.
Thank you. Councilor Marshall, I'm going to look for another mover because you moved the original and then you withdrew it. So I'm going to look for another mover. Do I have a mover? Okay, so Councilor Leroux will move that and we'll look for a second. I'm sure you'll second that. Thank you. Cialise, do you have any comments or any staff have any comments on this item before I open up for discussion?
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, I think from staff's perspective, we're here to answer any additional questions or concerns that committee may have. I know there was lots of discussion last month, but we're happy to address any additional questions or concerns as you open up the floor to committee of the whole. Hopefully that's helpful, Your Worship.
Thank you. Sorry, Councilor Marshall, I appreciate you bringing this forward. We don't have a motion. So maybe we'll open up with a motion. We'll look for a mover on that motion and then we'll open up for questions.
I'm happy to bring forward a motion if I can.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. The motion would be that in an effort to improve customer service, an automated menu, auto attendant call handling option be implemented during the transition to the Microsoft Teams telecommunication platform be approved.
Okay, so we'll look for a mover in a second on that. We'll open that up for discussion. So Councilor Leroux, move, seconded by Councilor Marshall. Council, I'm going to open up for comments and questions. Deputy Mayor.
Just one comment, Your Worship, basically the same as last month. Since then, some people have reviewed our tape when we were at the Penetang King game. People came to us and said they really, really like the way our phone system is now. They like when somebody picks up the phone and says, "Good morning, Town of Penetanguishene." So I was a no for the auto attendant then, and I will still be a no.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further comments or questions? Councilor Marshall.
I think what's important with the report and understanding how we're going to move forward, we're not looking to take away anyone saying hello, we're having that greeting. We are looking at efficiencies from that perspective. There is always an option to hit 0 to go to a live person within the town. It's really ensuring that people are getting to the right departments, talking to the right people and getting their information that they need answered right away. The other thing that we did talk about is section the first time we had looked at this report. We do have an internal committee that looks at customer excellence. And this was a recommendation that came from our staff here at the Town of Penetanguishene based on feedback that they receive and the work that they're doing. And they take a lot of pride in ensuring that we provide really great customer service for the Town of Penetanguishene residents. And I think that's really important to show our support of the work that staff do and the recommendations that they're bringing forward, that they feel that this really is an enhancement to service, not taking anything away from that perspective. So I just wanted to add those comments.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. We had great discussion last time. Council, any further comments tonight? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. Councilor DeRush.
Thank you. I guess I just would like maybe a little bit of clarification from staff. My understanding is that effectively what this phone system is that when somebody calls, the first message you get is an automated welcome to the Town of Penetanguishene or whatever. But after that, I think the phone would prompt you you could go to a live operator, or you could then go to a list of, services, bylaw, dogs, flooding, whatnot. So I just want to confirm. So effectively, when you'd call, you'd hear, welcome to the Town of Penetanguishene. For a live operator, press 0. And you could effectively immediately get a live voice. Can I get clarification on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRush. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor DeRush. That's absolutely correct. So an example of a recording that would be possible, should we go down this route, would be, hello, bonjour, you have reached the Town of Penetanguishene. To speak to a receptionist, please press 0. If you know the extension of the person you'd like to reach, please enter it now. For roads, press 1, and so on. So there are that's just an example of a potential option. However, staff do strongly feel that it's important that callers have that option right up at the forefront so that they can press 0 and always get a receptionist if that's what they want to do. And for those callers who already have an extension number of a staff member and are just looking to speak with them and not provide their explanation and whatnot, and that they can do that as well, and that they can get transferred right off the hop to a staff member that they're wishing to speak to. So hopefully that clarifies that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Rush, is that good? Okay, Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Worship. I really don't have a problem with this new system because if I understand it correctly, if you have dial 0 or dial 1, you're going to get reception, or if you want a staff directory extension number, you're going to get the staff you're looking for. My only question to it is we have 2 staff at the front desk. What happens in this scenario?
Thank you, Councillor LaRue. Madam Clerk, CEO, who's going to address that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Councillor LaRue through Mayor Rawson to Councillor LaRue, we do have 2 staff that sit at front desk reception. Their primary duties are not 100% answering the phones. Between the 2 of them, they have a multitude of duties that they perform, some of which actually extend to general finance and accounting duties to support utility bills, property tax, payables, receivables, etc. And further, what I would say is the priority could then be shifted to focusing on serving those that are standing in front of them at the front desk reception. And one thing that we have noticed as we continue to evolve with technology, it does require more back-end support services. And there's a multitude of different platforms, as council's aware and as the community's aware, that we have implemented and are in the process of implementing here at the municipality. So while that technology does provide a lot of added benefit and value to the community, it does require some back-end further support, reconciliation and processing. Hopefully that addresses the question, Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, CLE. Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that answers the question. And so that I have really no concern and I would support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaRue. Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I won't repeat all the things I said at the Committee of the Whole meeting. I think the Teams platform is a great phone system, but I think it's still important to have a live body answer that initial call. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, Council, any final comments? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That carries. Okay, Council, we're going to move on to the next item. 16 is presentation, consideration, report regarding special committees. We have none. 17, notice of motion, which has been previously given. We have none. 18 is notice motions. Any member of council wish to bring a notice of motion this evening? Seeing none. We're going to move on to 19 is consideration of bylaws. I will read them twice tonight, Council. I'm going to remove the one that Councillor Vedabunker declared a conflict. Before I read this, I will make my declaration. As per strong mayor legislation passed by the province of Ontario on May the 1st, 2025, I, Mayor Doug Rawson, hereby decide to not exercise the power to veto the following bylaws passed at the Town of Penetanguishene Council meeting on March the 11th, 2026, in accordance with subsection 284.11.4A1 of the Municipal Act. Okay, the motion reads that the following bylaws be enacted as bylaws of the Town of Penetanguishene and that they deemed to be read a first time, deemed to be read a second and a third time, and carried. Bylaw 2026-11 regarding the Georgian Bay Minor Hockey Agreement. Bylaw 2026-12 being a bylaw regarding the North Simcoe Girls Hockey Association Agreement. Bylaw 2026-14 being a bylaw regarding the Penetanguishene Skating Club Agreement. I'm going to look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vedabunker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Vedabunker declared a conflict of interest earlier this evening regarding the bylaw under 19C regarding the Penetang Kings. He's been removed from this item. So the motion reads that the following bylaw be enacted as a bylaw of the town of Penetang, that they be deemed to read a first time, deemed to read a second, a third time, and carried. And it's in regard to bylaw 2026-13 regarding the Penetang Junior C Kings agreement. It's moved by Councillor LaRue, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The mayor and deputy mayor serve on county council, representing your interests. Every meeting, the deputy mayor reports back on the great work being done at the county of Simcoe on your behalf. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had a county meeting yesterday. During that meeting, we had a presentation from Circular Materials, which is the new outfit that's collecting our recyclables. You can imagine at County Council a month ago, we had a very big issue with this person. So I must say it was nice of them to actually show up and take a bit of a beating for about an hour. So that was nice of them. They did explain that they did understand the problems that people were having and phoning in and having issues with. They did take some time and explain to us the fixes that they have put in place. And it was nice to know that last week's pickup, they had 0.04 problems. So less than 1% was an issue. So from the initial part, happening January 1 that week after Christmas till now, that's not bad for starting it up. So we brought up all the problems that we could think of. They took them away, and hopefully we'll carry on with recycling as normal soon. We also had a presentation about property tax classes. County's going to be looking at that as a big thing to help out with affordable housing. What they're looking at is giving an incentive for a developer or property owner to build new rental units. The county, would tell you they haven't built any new ones for 15 years in the county. No real people have come along and built any affordable units for that. So we're looking at a system where it would be a long-term tax credit for them for up to 35 years to build more than 7 units at a time of affordable rentals. So we're hoping to get that done soon, and we'll bring it back when we do. With that, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any comments or questions for the deputy on any county updates? Seeing none, thanks again, Deputy Mayor. 21 is our announcements and inquiries. Councillor LaRue, you always have one. That's 2 in a row now, 3 in a row. Council, any other announcements or inquiries?
The ice is going out April 2nd.
Okay. Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Your Worship. At our Transportation Environmental Services section meeting, we discussed the seasonal problem of potholes. And if anybody's driving around Penetang, you know that there's a few potholes here and there. So I'd just like to ask the director if he could just outline what the program is to address potholes in the municipality. Thank you.
Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Vedabunker. We do have our 2-shift system operational right now in the roads division. So we do have 2 shifts of staff that operate during the evening and during the day. Recently, with the rainfall and the warmer temperatures, the staff have been busy addressing drainage issues, poking holes in snowbanks, providing outlets for the meltwater to dissipate. In the evening or the overnight shift, we've had staff addressing potholes where they're cropping up. So we do have staff every day out addressing those issues.
Thank you. Any other announcements or inquiries?
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Just one, Your Worship, on that note, we have received an abundance of calls about a stretch on Point Street near the mall. Runs from there down to there. When we brought it up at section meeting, Director Murray was very nice of him to remind us that is one of the sections of road that is scheduled for repaving in a few months from now. So we'll patch it up in the meantime, but 8 or 10 weeks from now, it'll be new and shiny.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I actually had that down for a comment, so thank you. Any other announcements or inquiries? See you, Elise. I'll come back.
Not from myself. Thanks, Mayor Rossin.
Thank you. And Councillor Drush.
Thank you very much. I'd like to remind everyone that the Senior of the Year Award nominations are out. And so the nomination period is open and as of now until Friday, March 27th at 4:30 p.m. So if you know of a senior 65 plus who is worthy of being recognized, please bring in the nominations and we'll add it to the pile. Thank you. And the second announcement is we also have a youth endowment fund, and this is for youth in the community. And this award offers $400 to an individual or a group of youth that is engaged in an activity that assists in promoting the town. And that is also open and closes on Friday, March 27th at 4:30 p.m. So keep those in mind and think of good people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rush. Mr. Murray, you and I spoke a little earlier this week. You don't need to comment, but thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing up about Point Street repaving. I know people are asking about that area and other areas, but tonight, Councillor Vadabunker confirmed our capital asset plan, roads, sidewalks, and like. And I asked if we could do a little bit of a notice on our website so people can see, is it my road, what road? So I know we're going to work on that from communications and make that readily available for the public. So what we approved and ratified tonight, you don't gotta go through minutes. We'll make it easy for you to find on the website. So thanks, Deputy Mayor. Council, we're going to move on to our confirmation bylaw. We have a motion reads the confirmation bylaw 2026-15 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerks. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Drush. Further comments? All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Don't go, because next is Committee of the Whole, and there's lots of good stuff tonight on Committee of the Whole. We have new potential transit opportunities in town, our new multi-use recreation center. So there's popcorn, there's all kinds of good things to come. But we're looking for a motion to adjourn at 8:50, moved by Councillor LaRue, seconded by Councillor Marshall. All in favor. We're adjourned. We'll be back in about 10, 12. Good evening, everybody. We're going to call our committee of the whole meeting to order for Wednesday, March 11, 2026 at 9:03 p.m. Number 2 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion to read the committee of the whole agenda for March 11, 2026. Be approved as presented. It's moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vadabon-Kerr. Further comments? Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Number 3 is declaration of pecuniary interest. Any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight on committee of the whole? Yeah. Seeing none, we'll move on. Number 4 is our delegations and presentations. Our first one tonight is a presentation from our environmental services regarding our water annual report. Welcome. Helene, I believe you're first up. Welcome. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, senior management team, and nobody from the public now, but yeah, I'm here to present the governance for the environmental services water operations, in particular our annual reporting. Next slide, please. So with the Environmental Services Division, we must abide to a strict set of regulatory guidelines. There's a large amount of data collection, reporting, and auditing involved in maintaining the necessary licenses and permits to operate a municipal drinking water system. 3 sets of data. One of them is process data, which is collected mostly through our SCADA system. Then we have operational data that we collect through our work order system and our KPIs. And then we have legislative data that we collect and we compile into our QMS system, which is why we're here. So the 2 types of reports, annual reports and summary report. We'll touch quickly on those. Next slide, please. This is just the look at the annual report. Next slide. So that report is a ministry issued template. We don't produce those reports. It's part of Reg 170. We just fill them out. And what's in those is a description of the system, a list of all the chemicals that we use in the treatment of water, and any reports made to the ministry, so adverse reports. And then we have to also include what the remedy action was for those adverse reports, if there are any. This report's got to be done by the 28th of February of the preceding year. Next slide. This is just a look at our summary report. Next slide. I'm not going to go through the table of contents because we're going to go through it as we go through the presentation here. So we can skip to the next slide, please. The report is a summary of the water quality information for the Payette and Lepage drinking water systems. This summary report is prepared in accordance with the requirements of Schedule 22 of Reg 170, and it is for the reporting period January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. Next slide. So the regulation says that no later than March 31st of each year after 2003, we have to present this report. And in this case here, it's to the members of council because the municipality is the owner of the water system. We have to list the requirements of the act, the regulation, the system's approval, the drinking water works permits, ensure that they're in good standing, as well as the municipal drinking water licenses. We also have to, like I said earlier, we have to report any adverse situations that happen in the system and what the corrective action was, if there are any. I also have to present a summary of the quantities of the flow rates of the water supply during the period. And that includes the monthly averages, the monthly daily flows, and the daily instantaneous peak flows. Next slide. So for Payette, rated capacity, we're not allowed to exceed 11,000 cubic meters of production from the Payette system. We got nowhere near that this year. 5,000 cubic meters was our biggest day, which is 46% of the allowable permit. Next slide. This is a graph with all of our annual data that's in the report. If you guys want to get a better look at that, probably look at it on your own, but that shows all of our pumping rates for wells 1, 2, and 3 at Payette, as well as our total pumpage and the average dailies. Next slide. I'm not going to read through all this. I'm going to touch on it quick. It's regarding extra testing and monitoring. It's related to Payette. And this note has been in this report for many, many years, and it's in regards to trichloroethylene and dichloroethylene testing from the Robert Street wells. Originally had to be tested at the entrance to the distribution system. I'm pretty sure everybody here knows that those wells are no longer connected to the municipal water supply, so that doesn't apply anymore, but I'm assuming this is still in the report because there is an open permit to take for those wells. And that's obviously probably going to change in the near future. There is also a little bit of extra monitoring that we've had to do with the new permit to take that we received for the Payette system. They put an appendix on that permit to take, telling us that we need to do some extra sampling for trichloroethylene at different Sentinel wells within the town, and that was done up by a hydrogeologist. So we're currently following that plan. Next slide. For Lepage, again, 229 cubic meters is what our permit lets us take per day. Barely used any of that. Our highest daily consumption was 33 cubic meters, or 14% of the allowable volume. Next slide. Same thing again here is just a snapshot of the daily pumping rates and the averages for the Lepage system. So if you want to look into that further, you could. Next slide. Any failures or corrective actions? So on the 13th of May, we had the ministry in to do the annual inspection for the Payette system. The inspection report indicated no non-compliance or non-conformities, and the final inspection rating for that system was 100%. Next slide. The ministry came and did their inspection for the Lepage system on the 11th of June 2025, and same thing there. No incidents of non-compliance or non-conformance, and the final inspection rating was 100%. Next slide, my favorite one. Non-compliance with the Act regulations, orders, or approvals for Payette or Lepage drinking water. We had absolutely zero this year. First time in a long time. Next slide. This is just a beautiful aerial shot of the Payette system. Our well house with the 2 standpipes, and then our well field is there as well, 3 wells. Next slide, please. So just a brief description. Payette system is owned obviously by the town of Penetanguishene. It has 3 groundwater wells, which are at the top of the hill at Payette. Those wells supply 2 tanks from which feed the lower zone. And then from there, we also pump up to the elevated standpipe at Centennial Drive, and that feeds pressure to the lower zone. There are currently 4 zones in our system. Upper zone, lower zone, Gilwood zone, and the Belil zone. I guess one more thing to mention is we use chlorine gas for disinfection up there. Okay, next slide, please. Lepage. I'll, again, won't do a very long description, but that's a very small system. Feeds 62 people or 22 homes, and 2 small wells with liquid chlorine. Next slide. Just a quick snapshot of all the permits and licenses that we've had to renew over the last year. Pretty much everything on this slide has been done, with the exception of our NSF certifications due in 2027. Next slide. And then just a quick snapshot of our annual achievement summary. So we did 1,000 work orders, 351 fire hydrant maintenance inspections, 165 valves, which haven't been done in a few years. We obtained and updated the permit to take for the Payette well field with an additional sampling plan. We also renewed the drinking water works permits for both Lepage and Payette, reinstated and upgraded the backflow management program after several years of no enforcement. We completed the transition of work order management software from Main Boss to Citywide. Had no incidents of adverse water and 100% on both Payette and Lepage inspections. That's it for me. If there's any questions or comments.
Elliot, thank you very much for a presentation this evening. Council, any comments or questions? Councilor Mershaw.
I just want to say congratulations on the 100% on both of the wells and the non-compliance, not having anything. That certainly is a dedication to the work that's being done by our staff here at the town of Penetanguishene as it relates to our water, and makes me feel good as a council member and a resident. So thank you very much for your work on that.
Thank you, Councilor Mershaw. Councilor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Your Worship. We discussed this report at section and we echo what Councillor Marchand just said.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here and presenting with us tonight. And as always, keep up the great work, and we appreciate the work you do on behalf of the community. Thank you. All right, Council, we're going to move on to the next item. 4B is a presentation from our environmental services regarding our wastewater. Mr. Dave Murray, thank you for being here with us tonight. We appreciate your presentation regarding our annual report for 2025. The floor is yours, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council and senior management team. Like I said, my name is David Murray. I'm the interim environmental services supervisor for the wastewater department. And I'm here to present just a short excerpt from the report that was given to you guys end of last month, I believe. The next slide, please. So this is a summary for both annual report for the Philip H. Jones pumping sewage station and the Fox Street wastewater treatment facility. Next slide, please. So the Philip H. Jones Pollution Control Center was built in 1966. So this year we celebrate 60 years of operation and expansion. We only had, excuse me, 4 minor monthly regulatory compliance issues, and that was with total solids leaving the plant, and that was due to tertiary issues that were repaired and fixed. All their affluent loadings for the Penetang Bay were below regulatory limits and Severn Sound Environmental Association objectives. The flow at our Main Street plant increased 0.9% and is up to 59% of plant capacity. And Fox Street plant increased 9.1% and ran at 70% of its rated capacity. We only had 1 minor tertiary overflow reported at the Fox Street plant, and that was, again, due to tertiary system repairs. At Main Street, we experienced some odor issues last year, and that was because of some issues we had with our biosolids building. So we had issues with plug diffusers and some equipment failure. And then we had to have the tanks pumped down, which caused more odor issues. And since then, we've replaced the haydite. That's what I was looking for. The haydite in the biofilter. And we're working on repairing the fan and some other equipment for that. And that's being scheduled now for 2026. Next slide, please. This is just a couple graphs showing the combined overflows that we've had at the plant. And as you can see, since the late 80s and moving into 2011 through 2025, it has dropped significantly. And then on the next graph, you can see since 2011, or is it? Yeah. Oh, my apologies. 2011, we haven't had any primary bypasses. And by primary, I mean raw bypasses. Next slide, please. So last year we had 3 collection system spill incidents that flowed into the Main Street plant. And what happened was there was a layer of a solvent or an oil that appeared on our process. And using, in the picture, you can see we had these socks that we placed out within the process, and then increasing the amount of air we were putting into the process, we were able to eliminate that solvent and keep it contained within the plant. We didn't have any get out to the bay, and no further action was required from us or for us by the Ministry of Environment. And the collection system operators, they did try to go out and do some sampling and try to pinpoint the location, but that they were unsuccessful with that. Next slide, please. This chart shows just a listing of our average daily flows, our max peak hourly flow rate. And you'll see at Main Street, it shows a max hourly flow rate of 22,000 meters cubed per day. That's actually an incorrect number. That's from our calibrations. We had a company come in and calibrate our flow readings, but because it's all recorded on SCADA, then that number gets recorded, unfortunately. Our actual max daily flow for the plant was 5,201 cubic meters, and our allowable is 5,250 cubic meters. And our total treated flow for the year was 1,131,159 cubic meters. The Fox Street sewage treatment plant, excuse me, the daily average flow was 1,051 cubic meters a day, which is about 70% of the average rated flow. Our peak hour flow rate was 4,838 meters cubed per day. The actual max daily flow was 2,491 cubic meters per day, and we treated a total of 373,592 cubic meters a day. And for anybody who's interested, within a cubic meter is 1,000 liters. So, so the total combined flow for Main and Fox was 1,504,751 cubic meters, which is approximately 602 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Next slide, please. Our sludge haulage and land application is still contracted through Region of Huronia Environmental Services. Rose looks after our field management, including soil sampling, and arranges for testing and applies for all the NASM, excuse me, the non-agricultural source material plans with area farmers on behalf of all the towns. From our standpoint, before Rose comes and hauls it, we take samples and send them out to Caduceon monthly, and just to make sure that we are still within our provincial regulations for metals criteria, which we are always below that criteria. Next slide, please. So this year we did have increased in cost and cubic meters for our haulage, and that was due to equipment malfunction. So like I said, we had to drain down our ATAD units, and we also, so when we drained down the ATAD units, we were no longer using them as a source for our digesters. So we went back to the original digesters that were there prior to the expansion. We were still using the drum thickener to drastically decrease the amount of sludge we store from when we waste. And in order to do that, excuse me, in order to do that, we had to also drain out and clean all the existing digesters, and we had to add extra diffusers so that we could get the air transfer and maintain optimal DO levels for the old system. Next slide, please. And this year, as well as that last year, our hydro costs went down considerably, and that was because of shutting down the ATAD system and all the very large equipment that goes in operating that. Next slide, please. So regular preventative and corrective maintenance and calibrations were conducted on all plant equipment. And we're utilizing the new citywide software maintenance program to track all this maintenance. We test all our critical alarms, bypasses, level sensors, and in each of the sewage pumping stations throughout town, we have a float backup system with a high level float. So once a month, the operators go out and we test those float systems just by pulling them up to the top, lifting them, waiting to see if the alarms go off on the system. And then, so we've had good luck with those. We perform all our safety inspections on our lifting equipment, our confined space entry equipment. Our gas detection systems have been verified and calibrated for our explosion rated rooms at main STP. Next slide, please. These are just a few pictures of some of the new equipment that came with the most recent expansion. The upper left picture, that's the pump gallery in the biosolid basement. This lower left one, this is the drum thickener that we're still using even though the ATADs are down. We currently waste anywhere from 70 to 100 cubic meters out of the process daily. And rather than just putting that directly into storage, we run it through this drum thickener where polymer is injected, the water is extruded from the sludge, and we generally put out to storage anywhere from 25 to 30 cubic meters. This one on the far right, that's our new grit removal system. And then in the middle one on the top is just a picture of the polymer room that we use for dosing at the for the RDT. Next slide, please. Our sewage pump stations maintained and operated properly. We had no overflows, no issues with any of the 5 pumping stations this year. It's just a picture, some pictures of, and I think for the next presentation, I'm going to look at getting some nice summer pictures. Next slide, please. This was the wastewater team we had this year. So Pat Leclerc, he's retired. He was our class 3 wastewater treatment operator. Myself, Mark Charlebois, who is retiring at the end of the month. Laura Reimer, who, although she really admires and looks up to you both, would probably disagree with the fact that it was a tie. Just saying, I'm just going to put that at the, no, but she said she might watch. So I'd like that. You're welcome, Laura. And Akash Vyas, he's our new operator in training. He's a permanent operator. And Bobby Patel, who is on a 6-month contract, he's our other OIT wastewater treatment operator. Next slide, please. Oh, and thank you very much. If there's any questions.
Appreciate bringing the tie comment in. That was so well done. Thank you. Council comments or questions?
Just one.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one comment for the people watching out there. These are the things that take place within our community that we don't see. They're not the cool, sexy, bright, shiny. These are all the plumbing stuff, all the water that we use, all the water that we get rid of after we use all the water. But this is years and years and years of the town investing millions and millions of dollars into this. And it's great to see that you folks take the time to make it work right and deliver that service to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council, any other comments or questions? Councilor Marcia.
And it's not about the tie. I do want to say thank you for the presentation. I do want to echo that those are important things. And I do appreciate that you highlighted some of the issues that and the complaints with regards to the smell and the work that's being done. And that is a priority. And it is, I appreciate that you provided us an update and that there's more work coming on that. So I think that's great. We hear the feedback and it's getting addressed. So thanks so much.
As far as last year, I mean, I live in Penetang and my neighbors all know where I work. I did field a lot of questions, and even going to say, a doctor's appointment or an appointment somewhere, I got a lot of questions. And if you take the time to answer them, I would still say, would you like me to, file a complaint or talk to the Director of Public Works with it? No, you've answered my questions. Thank you very much. So I think a lot of times all we have to do is take 5 minutes to talk to the people. And, for the most part, they respond really well when you answer truthfully. So.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Dave. Appreciate the presentation, you being here with us tonight and reporting on the great work in the annual report for 2025. So thank you again. All right, Council, we're going to move on. The next item is our council information package. We have 2. One's regarding the February 18, 2026 package and the March 4th, 2026 package. Anybody wish to point anything for further comment or discussion? I have a few. So the first one's regarding the February 18th CIP. And I want to pull out the January 29th package. It's on 5A of that package. It's regarding the Severn Sound Environmental Association. What I'd just like to bring forward for all of our attention, and the Deputy Mayor and I learned about this at Heads of Council a couple weeks ago, just for our interest. Council will probably recall, I believe 2 budget cycles ago, we worked with our neighbors and we asked SSEA to reassess the funding formula and the governance model for SSEA. And SSEA reported back that they were going to look at a third-party consultant to do that work. During our Heads of Council, we heard that that decision's been made, that the report came forward. I hadn't heard about that, but I saw it in the CIP. And on that CIP, I see it on the January board minutes, that the board has received the information from the third party Strategy Corp. And my understanding from that process was no real review of the governance, meaning status quo is kind of the decision as I move forward, as well as no real adjustments to the funding formula. I want to bring that to our attention. I know when we talked at Heads of Council, the other Heads of Council were quite concerned. And I just want us to be aware of that. I think it might be prudent to hear from SSEA. I'd like to learn a little more about that process. I think due diligence was done. I think the board did what they did, but I don't know more than what I know. I know, Councillor Marshall, I know you're intimately involved with that group, but I just want everyone here to be aware that work has been done, I believe. And I just think we should get more information to understand what that process is. So I want to bring that up. Councillor Marshall, I don't know if you have any comments you'd like to comment today, but I would like to suggest perhaps we ask SSEA come and present or bring more information so we have more information about that so we can make better informed decisions. Councillor Marshall?
Sure. So for our January meeting, I do appreciate you highlighting this, and it is timely. I was, as a member of the executive, had a meeting today with the Julie and the team. One of the things that did come out of the discussion and the review was looking at KPIs and truly articulating some of the targets that the SSEA achieves on a regular basis or annually based on the work that they do. So there was kind of 2 initiatives that took place when we did the review. One was truly looking at the original agreement and taking some time to modernize that agreement. And so the recommendations were strictly that. They were just clean up, like the city of Aurelia, as an example, was still mentioned as a partner in that document. So a lot of time was spent on modernizing. And then the consultants that we had worked with based on feedback from CAOs and council members and SSEA staff was with regards to the funding model and what is the most effective model. And just really understanding the differences amongst the municipalities as it relates to the work that's being done in terms of the Severn Sound Environmental Association and that responsibility in the work that they do. And so it was really clear that the current model and structure is an effective one. It is a cost-effective model for all of the municipalities using it, and the consolidation and the fact that we are in doing this work collectively really demonstrates the cost savings across all municipalities. And so that work, and it was we voted unanimously to support that the funding model remain the same. The SSEA does an incredible job of ensuring that they're operating efficiently and effectively. And, I shared with this council last year, managed to write grants and receive almost $500,000 in grant funding. And so that's a really big piece that it ensures that if we're taking on any new projects outside of our agreements, that those are funded through grant opportunities. So it was a really good discussion. All municipalities who are part of this partnership were engaged in the dialogue, and it was very productive. Everybody's voices were heard, and as I said, it was voted on unanimously to move it forward and to continue in that model. And so happy to bring it back if we're looking to have them come back.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I appreciate it. And I'm not suggesting the SSEA does not a good job. I think they do. I think they're a great partner. I was just concerned when I heard about that. I do want to remind this council, and Councillor Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong, but Georgian Bay Township has vacated their membership of the membership. Councillor Marchand just alluded, like Aurelia has already left a while ago. Now Georgian Bay. I do think the funding from, I'd like to understand more. I'd like to know more about that formula, how that works. COLs, I don't know if you've had conversation with the executive director, but I don't know if it's appropriate to have a report back, but if you've had an opportunity to learn more, what you've received, but I'm just going to turn to you for some advice on a next step on this to help us understand what this relationship looks like as we move forward, or what the tweaks and revisions that Councillor Marchand identified. I also appreciate your comments about the anonymous comment. I appreciate that, because when we met, that's not what we heard. We heard there was a bit of a divide. So I appreciate you telling us that. Theo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly happy to coordinate and facilitate a presentation for this council, if that's what council would like. I think they're a great partner. They're a fantastic partner that do tremendous work, and I have no doubt that, you know, through Julie's leadership, that they'd be prepared to come and present to council, or even provide an overview report. And if there's additional questions that follow, we can have them come back, really at council's discretion. And maybe that's, you know, maybe that would be a good way to do it. She can provide a brief report or a quick presentation, and then field any questions if there are any. But I'd want to just kind of consult with her first, and then hopefully I can work with her to devise what the best plan is moving forward. If council's comfortable with kind of leaving that with me, and whether it's her coming to present or providing a report, and then later if council wants her to come back, she could.
Yeah, I think that's more than appropriate. I don't want to move emotionally. I think, again, the relationship's great. I think they do great work. I think that's fine. Let's leave that in your capable hands. And when or if the board thinks appropriate to send Julia for more info, we're happy to do that. So I just wanted to apprise everyone about that. Councillor Marchand, is there anything else you want to say on that, or do you think we've covered that? Okay, thank you. The other one I want to highlight, Council, is the February 18th package. The next item is 6B. It's regarding the auto mares. I've reported on that, and we've seen some information on the CAP the last little while. I just want to raise this because it's a good news item. And the good news item is there's been a lot of advocacy done about this, and this is really about the federal mandate and rules specifically around EVs and hybrids, and how this provides more opportunity for local manufacturers like Honda. And this news came out in the last little bit. It's a good news story, and I'm just going to highlight, there's been a lot of advocacy done there, and we were proud to see that something happened quickly. I was bringing that for your attention. The next one I'd like to bring up, Council, is on the March 4th, 2026 CIP. The first one's regarding the letter under 1C. And I just want you to be aware, and everyone to be aware about this, just from a transparency perspective. This surfaced after we've received our funding announcement for our secondary water source with Robert Street Wells. And why I think this is important is this community has done a lot of positive work, a lot of positive advocacy, and under your leadership, Mr. Murray, I think we've done some really great work, due diligence and collaborations on this. We as a community have reached out to our stakeholder parties and groups to be party of the consultation process. And what's not in the letter is this letter was received and they were party to provide feedback. Earlier on, they had provided feedback, we provided response, and then we never heard back again. And then we did get this letter after our funding announcement, and I think there's just some non-factual information. And I just want to stress this, that the right things are being done. The community's doing the right thing. I said it last time, I'll say it again tonight. I'll be the first to drink water from this. We are not doing anything to put the community at risk. And I just want to really highlight that we have done all the right things. And thank you, Mr. Murray, for following up with that letter. I just wanted everyone to be aware about that. The next item I'd like to bring up to your attention, Council, is regarding the March 4th, 2026 CIP. The item is regarding 3A. Today, the County of Simcoe is here to do their presentation. And this 3A item is regarding our age-friendly housing grant by the County of Simcoe, which Mina spoke about tonight. But just to let you know, if there are people in the community who think could benefit, that age-friendly grant just opened up on March 1st. It's open, so anybody in the community think could benefit, that's a tremendous opportunity. So thanks for indulging me on those few comments, Council. The motion reads that the Council information package has been given due consideration, be received for information. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Waters. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Vadabon-Kerr, if you can guide us through Transportation Environmental Services section, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll start off with the consent agenda. There's 4 items on the consent agenda. There's the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Committee meeting minutes of September 9th, 2025. The Midland Penetanguishene Transit Ridership Quarterly Update, Q4 2025. And the item 3 is the Environmental Services Wastewater 2025 Annual Report and KPIs. And Mr. Murray just made a presentation on that, and what I'm referring to here is the detailed report. So if you wanted more information from his presentation, that's the report. And the last item is an update on the septage disposal and treatment options. Would anybody want any of those items pulled for further discussion? Seeing none, I'll read the motion that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. And I read out the 4 of them. May I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Marshaw seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. We have 3 items for consideration. The first item is the Drinking Water System Summary Report. And again, we just received a presentation on that report. So I don't know if there's any further questions on it at this point. Okay, I'll read the motion that the Drinking Water System Summary Report for 2025 be approved as presented. May I have a mover? Councillor Darash, seconder, Councillor Waters. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item F is disposal of surplus assets. Any questions or comments on the short list of assets in the report? Seeing none, I'll read the motion that the assets identified within staff report RDS 2026-10 be declared surplus and disposed of in accordance with the disposal of surplus vehicles and equipment policy. May I have a mover? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Marshaw, second. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. And the last item is an exciting report. We're going to ask the director to give us some highlights. It's the Midland Penetanguishene Microtransit Request for Proposal Award. And I'm going to turn it over to the director, and he can hit the highlights of his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report in front of council tonight is the recommendation for the award of a microtransit service provider. In the summer of 2025, the towns of Midland and Penetanguishene issued a RFP for the provision of microtransit services for both municipalities. Over the course of the last several months, we've received 7 proposal submissions on the closing date. We reviewed those, shortlisted 3 vendors. At the same time, both municipalities provided public information centers for the public in both Midland and Penetanguishene in October. We took that feedback from those 2 information centers and went back to our shortlisted candidates for the provision of a fixed route option or hybrid option as opposed to the standalone microtransit service. So we took that feedback and went back to our vendors to provide pricing and additional information on that. Based on the overview of those shortlisted proposals, we've made the recommendation for Great Lakes Transit ULC or Via Transportation as the recommended vendor. And also recommending the hybrid option as outlined in the staff report be approved by council. Happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Director Murray. Just a couple of other things to add. If you notice in the report, there's a financial analysis of the cost of our current system versus the cost of the new system as proposed, and there is a savings to the municipality through the provision of this hybrid microtransit service. As the director indicated, there will still be the fixed route, but in addition to that, there'll be the on-call, on-demand microtransit service, which will allow people to go door to door in terms of their service. So it's pretty exciting. It's not often that you get to consider something that offers an enhanced level of service at less cost to the municipality. A question I had, Director, with respect to if the recommendation is ultimately approved by council at the next meeting and is approved by the town of Midland, what would be the implementation timeframe, just for the benefit of everybody? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The anticipated start date, our vendor has indicated that they can be up and running in as little as 8 weeks. We would like to obviously take the time necessary to have an engagement strategy with our public. So that will take some time to roll out to our transit users in the public. So our goal is to have this operational this summer. We've provided an end date or a maximum to the end of September, but the goal would be to have it operational during the summer of 2026.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up now for questions and comments. Mr. Deputy Mayor, and then His Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did discuss this yesterday at section. We discussed it in depth. You've hit on most of the highlights. One of the ones that the director indicated to us was in the communications process of this, they were looking at going to places like Georgian Village, like the Wendat Center, places like that, and physically showing the people how it could run. So they would be very good users of this system, and if we get that communication out into the to the public, it'll just be awesome. But as you indicated earlier, to get an enhanced service at less money, yeah, it looks like a very good deal for us.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. His Worship, and then Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, thank you for the report. I looked at this very critically with a lot of attention to find a lot of holes and problems with it. I get a lot of feedback in the community about our transit program and what are we doing? And often people are asking, what are we doing? I was a little disappointed that the report was delayed, meaning we thought it was going to come 1 month and it was delayed and delayed. I was a little disappointed when the agenda dropped on Friday, the report wasn't attached. I want to highlight now, last month, I made a comment that he hit a home run, and I had colleagues mention to me about my home run comment. Tonight, I think it's like maybe a grand slam. I'm just elated with this. I'm trying to find holes and concerns. I don't see any. I think this is like a huge win for the community and for everybody. I just want to say I think that extra time is paying off tremendously. I want to highlight a few things, and I have a few questions. I appreciate during the Public Information Center, and I wrote notes when people were talking, and some of the comments were, I don't have a smartphone. I don't know how to use technology. I don't, and that was a barrier to access the system. And that was one of the first things the report said, well, we can fix that landline. And I'm highlighting that as an example because all of the concerns and the extra time has really shown me that there was thoughtful consideration for what's best for this community. And I just want to give so much kudos and praise on that. So thank you for that. I do think this is an up level of service. I truly believe we are providing an enhanced level of service by going through this process. And Mr. Chair, you identified with the savings. I think that's another benefit to us. I think when I went through this process, I wanted us to look at this as one option is we do it on our own, we do it in partnership, we do the status quo. I like that we're in partnership with the town of Midland. I still think there's an opportunity for scale and partnering and making it seamless for our residents. I think that's a win, but I like how we're going to have our own standalone contract. I think that's important for us, and I really think that's another really great point. So I want to appreciate that as well. I want to just ask a few clarity and just a few comments. So the report speaks to a fleet of 6 vehicles. I'm not clear if 6 vehicles is there 6 vehicles in the town of Penetanguishene, or is there 6 vehicles in the microgrid system servicing the entire route, we'll call, from Midland and Penetanguishene? So I'm looking for clarity on that. I'm looking as well, looking at scope and scale of the program. So we've reported back, Council, that when the CEO and I have done walks to our business community and up in our industrial park, there are some members of our business community and in our manufacturing sector that said, we would love to participate, and they're willing to pay their fair share for an opportunity like this microgrid system. And they've said, how much would it cost to be able to get a little transit system to come to our center twice a day? And they're willing to pay that. I think that might be an opportunity. I don't know, but that's a question. Is that an opportunity that business partners can now coordinate? Does that program allow us that scalability to do that? I'm interested to learn about why do we pick a 5-year term? You know, in essence, we're binding this council and next council, and there's no exit opportunity for 2 councils away. So I'm just trying to understand, why do we pick a 5-year out of the gate as opposed to a 3-year? I'm wondering, what is the expiry? The exit clause. I'm always leery about getting into a relationship and we don't know what the exit clause looks like. So I want to make sure that we have an exit clause and we've looked at what that is. Again, I want to highlight the savings component. I think that's a really good one. I know the report speaks to it, and I think, Mr. Chair, you spoke to it, but I'm very mindful about things like the cost to seniors. And I think there was a miscommunication that happened between us and the town of Midland when they were our transit provider. And all of a sudden one day our residents had a different effect from the Midland residents. That had a problem. I want to make sure that if we put up a costing for our residents, how does that affect this program? Is our seniors still going to be free as it is today? So I want to understand what that looks like. I want to understand when a resident of ours goes to the Midland Hospital or see their doctor and they need to come back, how does that work? Like, have we thought about those 2 systems, how they integrate? My final question to you is, during budget this year, we brought forward a capital request to replace the bus. And during the budget presentation, I said to council, we might be going down this road and not need a bus. And we know at the county, we're a 2-year lead time to get a bus. So I'd like to understand, where are we with that capital bus expenditure? Are we locked in? Are we able to get out? What does that cost? What's that effect? Or is there an exit to that? And I just want to end, Mr. Murray, by saying this is a grand slam. Like, I think this is so wonderful. I hope, though, that the communications and education plan, and Deputy Mayor alluded to this, I hope we really put that as our primary focus. I think there's going to be a bit of concern and worry with the community, and I hope we really make that our priority to communicate the success of the transition to this new opportunity. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is a great one, and I know I gave you a lot there, but hopefully you've had a chance to digest it and just give a little bit of feedback. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to His Worship. I'll start with the number of buses. So it is a combined number of buses between the 2 municipalities. So it's up to 6 buses for Midland and Penetanguishene. First question. Yes, we can upscale the service. So if there are additional service requests from the service that we would like to entertain. One of the benefits of the microtransit service is its ability to upscale quickly. So I would say yes, those ability to provide dedicated services to like the industrial core could be looked at as part of this service as well. The term of the service, even through our partners at the town of Midland, they looked at this when preparing the RFP document. A 5 to 3-year term was typical in the industry, so they went with a 5-year term as providing the time to implement the system, but also have the enough runway, so to speak, to allow the system to mature and have the time to actually decide whether or not this is a system that we want to continue with. So that the term of the contract, the 3 to 5 year term is typical in the industry. Termination clauses, typically this would be negotiated between the vendor and us through our contract. So if it were to be approved tonight, we would enter into a contract or an agreement with the vendor. Typical termination clauses for these types of agreements, and due to the length of time that it would take to extricate ourselves from the microtransit system, is typically about 12 months to allow us to terminate the contract and then proceed to another option if we choose, or if on the conversely, if the vendor would like to terminate a contract from their end. The bus capital project was obviously approved through the last budget process. We weren't sure which way we were going in terms of the transit service. We were due to have another bus replacement, so we put it in the capital budget for this year. We haven't entered into any contracts yet. We were looking to get another refurbished bus that was going to be delivered in 2026. We haven't entered into any kind of procurement agreements, so if this is approved, that project would be terminated. The Free Rides for Seniors program, yes, we would be able to carry on with that program. One of the added benefits is the flexibility of this service to implement those types of fare structures. So the free transit rides for seniors that we provide, but Midland doesn't, those types of details can easily be incorporated into the model. And it's something that they're familiar with in dealing with other municipalities as well. I think I've addressed all of those items, but I may have missed one there.
Very good. Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Director. There was one question that you did ask that I was really curious on the answer, was if a Penetanguishene resident traveled to the hospital in Midland and coming back, what would the arrangement be?
Through you, Mr. Chair. In our proposed microtransit system, because we offer free rides to seniors, and they, for example, if they were calling for an on-demand ride, that transit user with their registered free seniors card that we issue to our seniors would present that to the driver, or input it into the online app, and it would be flagged indicating a no charge for that ride. So those types of details could be easily implemented as part of our system.
Thank you. Councillor Marchand.
Thank you very much. I won't use any baseball analogies, but I will say I did go through this report with a fine-tooth comb. I think I've been very passionate about transportation and about public transportation specifically. We have a very vulnerable and marginalized population that rely on public transportation. And so I was really happy to see that, one of the first things that I highlighted and circled was that there would be no rate changes. And then the subsequent question was with regards to our current agreement with seniors, what that would look like. I was really happy to see that there would continue to be some form of a fixed route. I think people who have habits and familiarity will like the route system, and I was really happy to see that we do have this additional flexible model. The cost savings, I think, was a bonus because it does truly feel to me that there's enhancement in service for our community. My question was really more around that that ebbs and flows of, the question that's raised. So if I decide that although the structure route takes me to GBGH, I decide I'm going to use the transit system to get dropped off. And then I'm assuming at that point, I would also be accountable to say, I need a pickup, first picked up at home to be dropped off and then subsequently picked up once again from GBGH and then coming back. So it's just trying to understand. So if it's someone who is not a senior, what that rate looks like, is that the same rate as a bus standard transit rate? That was one of my questions. And then the second question with regards to the costing model, is that our shared cost or is that specifically our cost as the town of Penetanguishene? And just help me understand the hours a little bit more, the quantity line, and then the unit value. Because I kept getting mixed up thinking, oh, that's a per person, but it's not, because there could be multiple people in this vehicle. It's not just like a taxi service per se, if that makes sense as well. So just was looking some clarity around those three pieces. But otherwise, yes, it was a really great report. And I was disappointed it wasn't there Friday, but I was really happy to see that we had it Monday and had lots of time. And it is a really great report with lots of really great clarity and information. So just a couple of those questions for me.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Marchand. As indicated in the report, we would be maintaining our existing fare structure. So if it is an adult that's not a senior, they would pay the senior or the adult fare. We would maintain our ability to have loaded cards, for example. So we could load 20 or 30 or 40 cards at a discounted rate. So every time you board the vehicle is counted as a ride, and it's deducted off of your loaded rides. And then when you get picked up again from wherever you were going and back to your home, let's say, that's another ride. So that would also get deducted from your loaded card ride amount. And the fare or the cost of the that's outlined in the report is our costs. So we actually had got separate pricing for both Midland and Penetanguishene as part of the RFP process. So the costs within the report are town of Penetanguishene costs. And the hours, the quantity in the table there is service hours. So as part of the RFP process, we gave the vendors our existing hours of service that in the transit service. So each vendor came up with the number of service hours required to provide an equivalent service. And that's the rationale for that. Was there anything? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any other questions or comments on this report? Seeing none, I'll read the motion and I'll look for a mover and a seconder. That the proposal for the supply of on-demand, technology-based ride-share public transportation services be awarded to Great Lakes Transit, ULC, Via Transportation, Inc., and that staff be directed to enter into a 5-year contract with Great Lakes Transit, ULC, Via Transportation, Inc., for the supply of on-demand, technology-based ride-share public transportation services in Penetanguishene using the hybrid fixed-route microtransit mixed solution option outlined within staff report ENG 2026-02. So I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder, Councillor Leroux. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. We dealt with 2 of the items at the previous council meeting, the earlier council meeting, the level of service policy we dealt with and the traffic calming measures. So I would suggest that they can come off. We did receive an update on the septage disposal and treatment resolution, but that's an ongoing one. So I think that could stay on. Are there any items to add to the referrals? Any items to add? Seeing none, then I will read the motion that the Transportation Environmental Services section endorse the following referrals to upcoming agendas and staff, and there will only be one remaining, the septage disposal and treatment resolution. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Marchand, seconder, Councillor Waters. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Any questions from the media or the public online there? None? Okay, thank you. Your Worship, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadavonker. Going to move on to 7, Section B, Recreation Community Services, and I turn the chair to Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have the consent agenda. That the following consent agenda items haven't been given due consideration be received for information. One is the Museum and Heritage Committee meeting minutes of January 15, 2026, and B, the Penetanguishene Public Library minutes of January 26, 2026. Anyone have any concerns? I have a mover, Deputy Mayor and Councillor DeRush. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to matters for consideration. It's a staffing consideration advancement of MERC roadmap, attachment MERC activities and reporting, that a special projects coordinator be hired in the 2026 in the amount of $82,000 to be funded through the contingency reserve, the balance of the 2024 operating surplus and or the 2025 operating surplus, and if any, and that the permanent ongoing funding of a special project coordinator be included in the 2027 operating budget. Concerns, questions, comments? Councillor Vadavonker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was happy to see this report, but then I started to think in terms of the timing of bringing this this person on, and I've spoken around this table a few times about the anticipated cost of this this new facility and where we are from a financial planning standpoint. The cost will be significant. It'll probably be in the range of $40 to $50 million, if not more. And we have limited funds in the account, in our reserves. The province hasn't released grant programs recently for the scale of this type of facility to assist us. And my concern is, as much as I'd like to support this, bringing this person on so early in the process, and the work that's going to be done may just have to sit for a while until we have some more money in our reserves, or we receive grant money, and then we can start the real planning of the facility. I'm just concerned about that, and Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask through you if the director would care to comment on that. I do see some benefits. You know, we talked about the community partnerships and whatnot, which I'm very interested in, but I also have those concerns. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vadavonker. Madam Director, could you have comments on his concerns?
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Vadavonker. Thank you for your comments and questions. Staff recognizes that there is still lots of unanswered questions about long-term financial planning related to the facility. However, staff has also received direction from council through various planning documents to make progress on this project. So we're at the point now where we need some additional staffing resources if we are going to continue planning and advancing the project. In order to be grant ready, shovel ready, whichever term you use, we do know that more work needs to be done so that we can be prepared when those funding opportunities do present themselves. So part of there is some financial benefit potentially as well to continuing to advance the work, which would require some additional allocation and staffing resources.
Your worship?
I don't.
No? Anyone? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I have a supplemental. Thank you for your response. I appreciate that. And I think it's important to be grant ready. And this municipality has a history of success because it was grant ready in terms of taking advantage of programs. There are different schools of thought with respect to how much progress the design of the facility can get to before the design can get to so that the project is grant ready. And I was trying to recall a conversation that I had with an architect a couple of months ago, and I think it was in the vicinity of 25%, but don't quote me on that. But the facility, you could get the facility designed up to a 25% completion, and then it would be you'd have, you know, the floor plan, you'd have the structure sorted out, you'd have all those particulars sorted out, and if you were successful in terms of moving forward, then you could finish that 75%, you know, fairly quickly. But you needed to define those 25% elements that probably wouldn't change depending on, you know, the length of time. And would you foresee, through you, Mr. Chair, to Madam Director, would you foresee as part of this that we would work to that, whatever that percentage completion is, so that we were grant ready?
Madam Director?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Varabancourt. That terminology or way of looking at the project percent ready, what's grant ready, has not, in my correspondence with the work we did with Colliers, the work that we've done with Monteith Brown, and in corresponding with other municipalities, have not heard it put in that terms. The roadmap lays out for us the steps that we need to complete to identify the point when we're grant ready. And I think that's clear in the project plan that we've adopted up to this point, and the roadmap, the steps that we need to get to be in that position.
Councillor Varabancourt, does that answer your question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not really. Because I think we need to get to a point where we are ready. And as I said, the financial piece is a big piece, and we're not close. And we could do all this work, and then everything has to be parked for, it could be 10 years. You know, who knows how long until we have, you know, a substantial amount of funds, because it's going to cost $50 million. And I'd hate to see us do this work and then not have benefit coming out of it. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councillor Marchand.
Thank you for the report, and I was happy to see this report, because certainly we've been talking about the MERC, we've purchased land, we've been doing a significant amount of recreation planning, we've got lots of feedback from community. And we know this has a significant price tag. This is also just quantifies that this is a massive undertaking and a big project. This is not something that can be done off the side of someone's desk. This is not, you know, in addition, here's an additional project to work on. This is a full-time job. And I think, you know, part of this, and maybe some of my expectations, and maybe this is clarity around the project piece, but really is that relationship building, that fundraising drive, that partnership. It's looking at all the things, you know, you chatted this evening with Burkeville, and, you know, in that partnership with the school, and just those partnerships and all the other pieces that come with this. This is not a 2-year plan. This is going to take us, we know that from a financial perspective, there's milestones to meet. But we won't even be ready to if we don't even have the work started, and a lot of this in progress. I don't know how we even get to, the plan of having it come to fruition. This is a huge undertaking, and there's a cost to doing these things. And I'm supportive of this report because I truly feel that this needs a dedicated resource to be able to move this project forward, to work with other. I think if we were to, ask the director to share other municipalities who've done this work, what their, the time to, come from start to finish, and other individuals using project managers or, people trying to do this as staff member. This is an extensive amount of planning and road mapping and a certain skill that not everybody has. Some people can roll out projects and presentations, but this is a mass undertaking, and it is a big project. So I really am happy to see this come forward, and if we are going to work collectively as a community and support how we move this forward, I think we need a body that's dedicated to doing this work, because there's a lot of work that's going to go into this. So my comments.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a hard time with this report. And when I read this on Friday, I had a real hard time with it. And I've kind of been having an ebb and flow over the last few days about it. And I just want to share some concerns and some comments. Councillor Marchand, you mentioned about a full-time resource and what we need for that to move forward with the MRC. I didn't read from the report that this new role is a dedicated resource for the MRC. What I read and what my concern with this report was currently today inside RCS, there's a lot of moving parts. And tonight we approved our recreation master plan, trail strategy, and that strategy and document has a lot of next steps that we need to do. And a lot of those things need more capacity and staffing resource. This role is really meant to help support all of the things inside RCS. It's not meant to be a dedicated resource for the MRC. And I think that's an important thing for all of us is if we really want to expand and grow our RCS footprint and all the great strategic thinking that we've all been talking about, and what's inside that plan, that's what this role is for. This role is not for the MRC. But what it will do is it'll free up time for the director to then focus on the MRC. And the data right now is telling us it's going to be about a day and a half, a week at a time, on average, that the director would need to focus on that. Well, we need to take some other things off her plate to be able to do that. So I just want to make that from a clarity standpoint. I agree with you, Councilor Marshall. We need dedicated resource to do that, but that's not what this role is, just so we're all on the same page. I was concerned because we didn't get this during budget. At no time did we get a staffing request for this role. Now, with fairness, staff are waiting for the recreation master plan to come forward and get some more information, data, and understand what that looks like, and it would come at a future date, which is here today. I know in the near future, we're going to get a report from our CEO regarding our staffing plan. I believe during budget, and I believe it was you, Councillor Vatabankar, that brought forward what are the needs of the community? As we grow, like how much more staffing are we going to need to be able to provide the level of service excellence that we need? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if any one of us knows the answer to that, but I'd like to know. And my one concern is if this one role is needed for the other tasks, is it actually 2 FTEs they need, or is it 1 or is it 1.5? And my concern is, are we looking at the full picture about what we need as we move forward? And my confusion with this report was, I think we're looking at so many variables when I would have loved to have seen we actually need to free a day and a half for the MRC, if that's our goal here. I would argue this whole council, we've been focused on the strategic purpose of the MRC. For example, recently we did the Colliers report, which I think we took staff advice and we implemented Colliers, and I think that was a really positive work that we did that further laid groundwork for us to move forward. I think we shall be proud of that work, and that really provided the step forward. I think if tonight, if the report said, we need to dedicate 1.5 days a week, and here's the cost to free up some time for the director, I don't think we'd be debating this tonight. I think we'd say that's the cost to be able to get that there. But I think it got complicated with all the other elements. I'm not mitigating the importance of those other tasks. I'm not saying trail strategy, wayfinding, rec planning is not important. I'm just saying it got complicated when we brought that. Talking to staff, this recommendation or this report is going to come forward next budget cycle. Like, this is a need for the community. And in 2027, this same report's going to come forward saying we need to increase our recreation planning, and this will come forward in 27. So whether we look at it tonight, we look at it next year or 2 years, there is a need within recreation planning, and that's kind of where it's here. But I think from our council's perspective, I think the question is this: do we want to move forward with the MRC? I think it's simple as that, yes or no. If we do, then we need to start doing some of the planning. We talked about partnerships and strategic thinking and planning and all those things. Do we want to give time for staff to focus the day and a half to do that work? That's something we can all internally evaluate and decide and move forward. I want to comment on one thing you said, Councillor Vadaboncourt. The last few months, we all know we've done some delegations, and we've delegated to the Minister of Sport and Culture. And one of the things the minister said to us, and I think it was probably the best learning we all had, was don't come to us asking to be the first funder. The ministry said there's so many applications come to us, we will not be your first funder. So don't come asking for the money to start the project. Come to us to finish the project. We need to do the initial work. We need to do the initial investment. We need to do the initial strategic work. We need to get the ball going down the field and then bring that plan forward to say, we need to top this off to get us to here. I think from the community sentiment that I hear, the MRC is a priority for everyone I talk to in the community. The one thing we haven't talked about, and I agree with Councillor Vadaboncourt, is the financial impact. No one, I would argue, in this council, in this town, or in the staff would say, we're going to go to the community and ask for 50 million divided by so many homes. I don't think we can afford that, and I would never advocate for that, nor would I suggest we do that. But if part of the cost is doing this preparatory work right now to get us there, I would say that's the cost that we need to invest and do this. No different than Colliers. But I think we need to start doing some of those initial steps to get there. I wanted to highlight those few things because I think this is a bit of a strategic thinking. I think, again, back to the coordinator role, it's to do more than MRC planning. It's to do all the other things. Now, I've been really him and hawing where I'm going to be on this since the agenda dropped on Friday. And I was going to bring a recommendation tonight that we defer this until we see the staffing plan coming forward next month. And I also know that our treasurer is working on a financial plan because we're talking about the town dock. We're talking about the MRC. We're talking about roads and infrastructure and Ojibwe Lane. There's so many things that are competing interests that we need to think about what's the financial cost. And Councillor Vadaboncourt, you said that tonight very elegantly, saying what's the cost and how we can do this. So I think that's another important element. But remember, this council, we haven't decided, no council's decided what is a MRC. 1 pad, 2 pad, pool, walk-in track. We haven't had that. And I think that further to this preparatory work, what do we build and what's the community need? But the community is saying this, they want somewhere to go to be able to do the work that we're doing. Everyone we talk to is saying, wouldn't it be nice to have a walking track? So I think we need to move forward, and we need to move forward with something. And here's my final comment. And I don't know if this was by design, that's just humor. But when I read the transit report tonight, Brian, thank you, there's cost savings. And now that I see cost savings there, I look at it, I went, maybe the cost savings of transit from Brian slides to RCS. At the end of the day, what I'm seeing is we're up-leveling our transit program, we're up-leveling our recreation programs, and we're getting the MRC started going down the path with some strategic thinking with no increase to taxation. That's why I see it tonight. That was my different than the way I was thinking 2 days ago because I didn't see all these facts. So that's the way I see it. I think, though, we need to make some decisions, and whether those decisions are today or 6 months from now, but we do need to start thinking strategically where we need to go because we've all said these strategic thinkings and planning, that work needs to happen. And I just want to end with, the minister told us, you need to do the work, and he applauded our efforts on things like colors and everything else. And he said, keep doing that work. It's really important. Remember, it wasn't that long ago. What was it, 3 weeks ago? The minister spent 2 hours with us. 2 hours. And I want to say this. The arena will be 80 years old. 80. Right now, we're saying, it's 72, 73. It'll be 80 years old if we replace it in 2033. So if we stay on the path of colors, 80 years old. and the curling club will be 60-ish. So I just want to just say, like, we do need to start thinking strategically and what are we going to do? Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. I'd love to hear what everyone else is thinking. I would be comfortable with doing deferral, waiting on the other information, but now that Brian found some savings in up-level transit, I would be comfortable in proceeding. Kudos to Brian.
Thank you, Your Worship. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll start off with the mayor's last comment. When at section we had discussed this extra money coming back to the transportation department to pick up on something that Councillor Vadaboncourt brought up last month, which was a program that Councillor Leroux and myself were involved in for years, and that is getting all of our roads paved. We still have people on dirty old rotten washboardy roads. We've got away from that. We look what happens when we get into doing the proper infrastructure by the wastewater and water things tonight. They're not the greatest, funnest things, but they are very important. I do have a bit of a problem with this. I understand we discussed this a little bit at section. To me, it's too much too early. I don't want us to do this report and get it ready and then it sits on the shelf, as Councillor Vadaboncourt said, 5-6 years. Then we got to drag it all out. Oh, that's all old marbles. It's old this, it's old that. Then we got to do it all again. So it's not worth doing. The mayor brought up a very good point. This was not part of our staffing plan. This was not part of our budget deliberations. We look at a cost of, I believe it's $82,000 for part of a year. So this would tie us forever after that to $160,000 a year. We don't know what that person is going to do. We don't know what it's going to provide to us. Does everybody want a new one? Absolutely. Lots of people do. But when you talk to the people, when you explain, as Mr. Murray said earlier tonight in his presentation, when you tell the people what the issue is, they change their mind a lot and they're glad they understand. I know you guys don't like it, but $60 million, 5,000 houses is $12,000 a house. $12,000 a house. If we put this new MRC in, which we don't know what it is, the one study said we'd have to hire 2 more people. Well, that's another $250 a year per house. So does the community want one? Yes. Do we deserve one? Yes. Can we afford one? Don't know. So I wouldn't want to look at any of this until we look at the financial plan. What are we going to have to give up? Do we never, do any more roads and sidewalks? Do we never finish the town dock? Do we never develop Ojibwe Landing? We need to look at all of that in concert. If we pick one thing out, it's very simple. It would be hard, but it's simple to look at. We have to look at the entire picture to see what we're going to do. For me, personally, to go out to the public and say, I'm going to saddle you with a $10,000 or $12,000 extra bill on top of what you already pay now, and then put your taxes 6 or 7% a year just to make the building work, I don't think is going to fly, just because I don't think that it's feasible. So I look forward to, I would like to see us, I do understand when the time comes, we obviously will need a person. We're not going to look after a big construction project like this with the staff that we have. We'll need an expert, and we'll need that person to look after it. But until we figure out the other things, it's just too early in my mind to look at this position.
Thank you. Councillor Darash.
Thank you very much. At the last meeting, we received a Recreation, Parks and Trail strategy. And I know we all read it, and it was very clear in that strategy that we needed more staff. That was a no-go. It was highlighted in a section that to continue to deliver what we deliver and to grow as a community, we need more staff. And now we're talking about the MRC. And I think we'll all agree that, we've all come to terms with the reality that I know my colleague said we can't afford it. We can't afford not to do this. We have to put in a MRC in our community. We all know that water's crucial. We know that roads are crucial. We know that all of those wastewater services are crucial. But that's not what makes a community, and that's not what draws people to areas. Community centers, recreation centers, tracks, hockey, curling. That's where people live, and that's why people move to communities. And we're probably at one of the biggest decisions to be made in you know, for most of us, for me anyway. And I am proud to be at the table where I can advocate and where I can, you know, definitely say that we need to fish or cut bait. This is it. This is the time when we need to decide, are we in or are we out? And we've talked about it. We kind of hum and haw because it's going to be a lot of money, and I understand we don't have it. We don't have the reserves. But when push comes to shove, if you go for it, it's going to sort itself out. We're going to find a way. We're all smart people in this community. We're all very passionate people. And once we get the ball rolling, it's going to roll and it's going to go. And I feel very strongly that this is the time to get going. This is the time to get started. And if our staff feel that at this point they're ready to bring on some more manpower to get this ball rolling, I think that we need to stand by that and we need to support that. So I am 100% behind this. And again, I think it'll show the community that we are committed not only to the MERC, but to recreation and to additional services in our community. We're committed to this master plan, to this strategy, and that we better start working together to make it happen. And I think once we show that we're in, people will follow, and we're going to be able to start talking about partnerships with the curling club. We'll be able to start talking about partnerships with a bunch of groups, with various groups that are very interested, but who are on the sidelines and who are a little uncertain because, well, the town hasn't really moved on it. They haven't really committed to it. They've designated the land, but, you know, we're not sure. Well, if we're going to dive in, I think we're going to have a lot of people following us, and we'll get through it. It's just a matter of committing to it. So that's my thoughts anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. Councillor Waters, do you have any comments, questions, concerns?
I have one thing that I haven't heard the answer to yet. If the new MERC is $50 million, $12,000 per household, whatever it happens to be, if we're looking for a grant, what would a reasonable grant be that we should expect to receive? Would normally we get $10 million? Would we get 50 million? Would we get 30 million? I don't know who would know that answer, but.
Well, I do know, Councillor Waters, that there are municipalities that have received as much as $29 million. So it's what you have going in, and you're looking for them to top it off, and it's basically what it is. So we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of contents. Myself, I've been saying for the last 10 years that the RCS has been understaffed, tremendously understaffed. And Deputy Mayor made the comment of, can we afford one? Well, it's 80 years old, and every year we let it go by, it's going to be more, and it's going to be longer. So I think that it's time to make the move. Councillor Vaughn-Boncoeur brought up the fact about the monies. Well, Councillor DeRush kind of pointed on as well, is that for, I don't know how many times that I've been approached by different people from the Kings, from the minor hockey, from other organizations as to why we are not starting to do a fundraising. And I know that fundraising committees are successful because I was on 2 of them over the years. One was for the Sports Hall of Fame that required $250,000, which was raised in no time. Same thing happened with the museum. $150,000 was required and was raised. And if we're going to move forward, I would suggest that one thing that we might want to look at is forming a committee, a fundraising committee. But as far as this report is concerned, I think the need is there. And the longer we put it off, the worse it's going to be. So I'm all for forwarding and going ahead. Thank you. Everyone has had their concerns, their comments. Anybody have any other concern, comments, or questions? CAO?
Thank you, Councillor Leroux. Just to piggyback off that last question of Councillor Waters, different funding programs have different allocations and different proportionate amounts that different levels of government would contribute. I don't think we can sit here today just to be truthful and say that we anticipate it's going to be 50% funded. I think what we can say is that in conversations with communities that have gone down this journey and path, they essentially are relentless in their pursuit of securing funding, whether that be from upper levels of government, the province, the feds, and or through an aggressive sponsorship, donation, community campaign. And I think from the perspective of this community, it's not lost on anyone at a staff level that, to suggest that a $50 million facility, which would equate to $12,000 for 4,100 households, to suggest that that's going to be purely or should be purely on the backs of those 4,100 households over a period of time just simply wouldn't be realistic. It's not something that we as staff would recommend. That math of $12,000, is assuming that it's not spread out over a period of time, and also assumes that the 50 million is 100% on the backs of the tax base, which again, we would never at a staff level recommend that. Different municipalities have had different success rates in be it upper levels of government funding and or community donations. And so really at the end of the day, I guess what I'm trying to say is, this is typically something that gets spread out over a good portion of life, whatever proportion of that build would be on the tax base. Could be 20%, could be 40%, could be 50%, whatever that percentage is. And those are details that as we work through this process, I think council would be heavily engaged in. And certainly from a staff perspective, we would never recommend that 100% of a significant build like this be put on the tax base. Hopefully that helps address your question, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Councillor Boisdeboncœur, you had another comment.
Yes, and I just wanted to make the comment, and I started off by saying that I was really torn with this report, and I wanted to pick up on something that Councillor Darash mentioned, is that we cannot continue to ask our staff to deliver programs and make priorities for programs and not give them the resources to implement those programs. And that was one of the pieces in this report that really resonated with me. But I saw that as being separate than the MRC. Like I was trying to make the connection, but I was having a tough time because I see the MRC and the aspect of the MRC being still important, but a little further out. I think we need to get some other things in order first. Part of it is implementing some of these things that are in the report, like the recreation parks and trail strategy, the cycling strategy, all those types of things. So the report is titled, the staffing consideration, advancement of MRC roadmap, but it intertwines other things, and I understand why, but it's like, for me, I saw the MRC part being a little premature and the other things kind of being a priority. But then, to the mayor's point, why wasn't this brought forward as part of the, the budget consideration when we're considering our staffing? So the mayor mentioned something about a deferral. Is that something that you're considering moving, your worship, or a referral back? If you're not, then I may take the lead on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Couple comments. Councillor Vadabonker used the number tonight, 25% to get to we'll call it a shovel-ready, grant-ready, call it what you want. We need to invest to get us to that point. I don't think anyone here is suggesting we're going to fund a $50 million thing, $12,000 per household. I think we won't pull the trigger and say go until we've got all the things in order, but we need to get to that 25% that our Councillor Vadabonker said. I think it's important. I think we all think it's important. And Councillor Vadabonker, I agree with you. Like, the report was a hard read because it did intertwine RCS programming and MERC, but it was hard to connect those dots. I agree with you on that. But I think we all see how we get there tonight. I think this is an important thing for the community. I think this is an important strategic move for the community. I really feel strong. I feel strongly tonight that if this report was said, we need, I'm making the number up, $25,000 to free up a day and a half for the director to do this, I don't think this would have been a long debate. I think we would have said, let's move ahead. I think the complexity was all the other programming things. I would love to see that this council wholeheartedly supports this recommendation. To your point, Councillor Rush, let's move forward. We bought the land and sitting there like let's do something. Like, I think it would be nice being unified on that approach. Hearing what you said, Councillor Vadabonker, I'm not opposed to saying let's defer. I'd be happy to move that. My understanding is we should see a staffing plan in April and we should see a financial plan in May. I think then we'll have all the data, and maybe staff can then take this report and then clean it, re-characterize it to be about the MERC and what we're doing from the MERC, and we can look at programming separate. So I would be happy to move that if that's kind of the will of what everyone's feeling and sensing, because I think it's important that we're all moving strategically in the same direction.
Councillor Rush.
I would maybe like to make this comment. I know that we're talking deferral and possibly waiting until the next budget, but we won't, I don't know how many of us will be around this table, and who knows what's going to happen in the future. So I would hope, as the mayor mentioned, that as a council, we stand and we hold ground on this and we make a commitment for the community. We make a commitment for the people that we serve. And we've heard loud and clear that they want to MERC. So I hope that we can make that decision today to pull the trigger, move forward, and then we know that that's in the hopper and that things are rolling forward no matter what happens next year. Thank you.
Further questions, comments, or concerns? Then with that, we've had enough discussion. I'm going to call the vote as to all in favor. Oh. Okay.
No, I don't have a mover and a seconder,
Okay.
so we'll need a mover and
Okay,
seconder.
Councillor Marchand is a mover, Councillor DeRush a seconder. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to referrals to upcoming agenda. It's that the Recreation and Community Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Truth and Reconciliation, Gateway to Rotary, Champlain Wendat Park, Capital Plan for PMCC, Community Youth School, and there's another one there, but it's not filled in. I see it's Vadabonker, and it's School for the New Burkeville. So I presume, George, it's partnership. Yeah. Now, do we have any to add or delete? There being none, then a mover and a seconder. Councillor Marchand, Deputy Mayor, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Question period from the media and the public. There are none. So back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Leroux. 8, Section C, Planning Community Development Services section, and turn the chair to Councillor Rush.
Thank you very much. So the Planning and Community Development Services has two consent agenda items. The first is the Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes of September 29th, 2025. And the second is the Town Dock Ad hoc Committee meeting minutes of November 25th, 2025. Does anyone have any questions regarding either of these two items? Seeing none, I will read the motion that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Marchand. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed, the motion is carried. We have no matters for consideration this evening, and we still have the one item as a referral item, which is regarding 161 Church Street. Does anyone have anything that they would like to add to this list? Seeing none, we will then read the motion that the Planning Community Development Services section endorse the following existing referral to upcoming agendas and staff, 161 Church Street. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Questions from the media and public? There are none. So it's back to you, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. I turn the chair to Councillor Marchand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under consent agenda items, we have 3 items this evening. The first one is the history of grants received over the last 15 years. The second one is the outdoor digital signage policy. And the third one is the annual remuneration for council, boards, and committees for 2025. Does anybody have any questions or comments or wish to address any of the consent agenda items prior to voting on them? Yeah, oh, sorry. Councillor Leroux.
Actually, no questions. It's just a comment, Madam Chair, is on the digital signage. I've had so many compliments on our new sign down on Robert Street West. So a great move on our part.
Thank you, Councillor. And I did share at section that I was happy to see that a policy has been put in place that just helps guide staff from an administrative perspective, and there's clarity around that. And also kudos with the 15 years of grants. That is really an impressive number in terms of looking at grant history, and it's really important to know that there's lots of grants out there. There's great grant writers, and we've been fortunate to have been recipients. So I'll read the motion that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Waters, second. Councillor Betancourt. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next, under matters for consideration, you have before you the CNCC strategy update, municipal engagement for policing costs associated with provincial correctional facilities. Before I read the entire motion that is here in front of us, is there any questions with regards to this report and the decision to move forward on this, Your Worship?
No question, just a comment. Council, you know this is an important matter for the community. We've done a lot of advocacy on this. I think our last delegation AMO, we said there's been 16 touch points between the community and the Solgen's office. We need a sustained long-term solution. We all know that. The CEO has provided an update on previous council agendas to update you on what's been going on. Previously, we talked about how important this is as a community, and to our previous direction, we've asked that we broaden our approach, and really that broadened approach is by working with member municipalities that are in the same situation as us, AMO, AMCTO. Let's reach out wide and far. This is really about doing that and ascertaining that support. So appreciate our support with this. Just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do I need to mover and seconder before I read it? Read it first. Sorry.
Yeah, if you want to get a mover and a seconder, yeah.
Can I get a mover? Councillor Betancourt, seconder, Your Worship. Okay. Whereas the town of Penetanguishene has hosted the Central North Correctional Centre, a provincially operated institution, since 2001, and whereas when Penetanguishene was selected as the host municipality, the province of Ontario committed to reimburse the town for policing costs associated with the facility to ensure there would be no additional financial impact on the community. And whereas from 2001 until December 31st, 2019, the province of Ontario reimburse municipalities hosting provincial correctional facilities for the policing costs related to those facilities. And whereas the province's decision to end the program funding for policing costs at provincial correctional facilities has resulted in a significant and ongoing financial burden being transferred to municipal taxpayers. And whereas municipalities and communities should not be financially penalized for hosting provincial facilities that serve a broader provincial mandate. And whereas across the province of Ontario, 25 provincial correctional facilities are hosted by 21 municipalities who may be experiencing similar financial pressures. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene directs staff to circulate this resolution to the other 20 affected hosted municipalities across the province of Ontario to gauge interest in participating in collective discussions regarding policing costing at provincial correctional facilities, and be it further resolved that the purpose of this outreach is to determine whether there is a shared municipal interest in pursuing collaborative advocacy with the provincial government to seek a fair and equitable approach to policing costs at provincial correctional facilities. I call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. And thanks for bearing with me. That was a long motion. Okay, the next item on the for matters for consideration is the procedural bylaw update. And before I read, I will put this out on the floor. You have the report in front of you, and I know that in section we discussed this, and certainly our clerk was looking to see if there was any particular areas that council would like to ensure are reviewed through this process and amended as well. So I will put it on the floor. Can I get a mover? Your worship. Seconder, Councillor Waters. So I'll open it up for comments or questions with regards to the report and any additional amendments. Your worship.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for bringing this forward. This was a referral item I brought, and I appreciate you quickly bringing this. So one question and a few comments or statements. So, Madam Clerk, in the report, it says a few bullets: provisions for open forum, addition of strong mayors, board and committee appointment. I'm just wondering if you give us a little bit of context there. I suspect in the next iteration we'll see, but I'm just wondering what you mean, specifically board and committee structure. I'm just wondering what you're thinking. From my lens, there's a couple of things I would personally like to see. Currently, and this is selfish, currently our council meets the same week as county. And I personally find our agenda read massive, the week of county and the week of us. And I know tonight I talked about one of our agenda items dropped on a Monday. It does matter for me personally. I would love to see that our council was offset from the county of Simcoe. So the county is the second and fourth week. I would love that we were the first or the third week. It would honestly make my work, and I'm sure the deputy mayor's work, a little easier than doing a couple big agendas and just giving time to think and ponder. So I personally would really appreciate that. Another one I would like to bring forward, and when I say it, you might think it's silly or crazy, but I want to say it because we've been polling some of our neighbors at the county, and when I hear about it, I went, maybe there's something here. So some of our neighbors don't meet like us. They don't meet council and then move to committee of the whole. They do it all in one night, and they ratify in one night. Now, I thought back this term, and I can't think of more than 5 times we did something at committee of the whole, and the next month we did a U-turn. So I thought about that and I went, if we think about the time, energy, effort that's put forth with preparing reports and agendas and everything else to go through that process, why don't we finish up in one meeting? Why don't we make committee of the whole and council a one-night opportunity? So we've asked our neighbors that do that, and they say it works very well, very positive, great. Meetings aren't longer. We have had no bad feedback from neighbors that do that. First time I heard it, I know the deputy heard it, we were kind of like, I don't know about that. I look at it now, I'm like, yeah, maybe there's something. Now, I'm sure we could put something in the procedural bylaw that says, this item, we would like to, we don't want to follow our new process, let's wait this and bring it back next week or next month. So the MERC discussion tonight, if we're in a one meeting format, we'd finish committee of the whole and then we'd move to council and we'd ratify what we just talked about tonight. But we could have some of the procedure by that allows anybody to say, you know what, that item, let's give that an extra month. Before we ratify it to tonight's council, let's move that to next month. We're not sure. And others have done that and said it works well. most people tell us, yeah, it happened once this term. And I just think about here, what those things are. We all know one or two issues that you could say, yeah, but I think about that from efficiency and all the work they're doing, and there might be something there. So I'd like to consider us thinking about that. Just a thought. And Madam Chair, back to the original, I would just like to hear a little more what the clerk is thinking on some of those points. I might have more comments on them, but I'd like to know, for example, I think the committee appointment process, like I'd like to know more what the thought process is there. The committee structure, I'd like to know more, and I might have more feedback based on that. Thank you.
Kelly?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Rawson, Your Worship. So you're correct, as outlined within the report, there were 4 items that were brought forward as staff recommendations for amendments or considerations. The one being the provisions for open forum in an election year. So to minimize any type of campaigning within an election year, and just formalizing that process so that there's something to refer to within the policy. So that is the first one. The addition of strong mayor powers regulations is just procedurally to formalize. The board and committee appointment process, we did have not some issues with the appointment process throughout this period. However, there was some clarity in I'm looking for some clarity in terms of whether or not some appointments go into closed session versus not going into closed session, and the process around that and the mayor's responsibilities and whatnot, just the closed session really. And then the board and committee structure was really in terms of looking at some options for boards and committees. It's come just in conversations with staff, of the staff reps of different boards and committees that we currently have. We're really struggling in terms of attendance, and getting the feedback that's needed in order to make decisions and for staff to move items forward. So some options that have come forward from staff in terms of how to address that and how to better move forward with the boards and committees, and some options for that.
Follow up?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a couple comments you don't need to respond on. Your first comment was about the open forum and election year. I can appreciate that. I just hope there's context to, like, if someone's nominated, maybe then they can't do open forum. I appreciate what you're saying, but I think someone thinking and then an actual person that's filed their nomination papers is different. So maybe we can give that a little clarity what that is. I hear you on the committee appointment process, and I think there was a couple mechanisms we utilized. I do recall a meeting, and I do recall Councillor Roux and Deputy Mayor spoke confidently about a process, and then I think we all talked it out at length, and I think we all got there. So I think we're there based on the discussion, but I'm happy to see what that looks like. Thank you.
Any other items from council that you would like to have identified and also address? That was an ask from at section to ensure that we identified anything else. Councillor Roux? No? Okay. Okay. Is there, so just want to make sure that we captured the one, anything else? Sorry.
No, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what was heard so that hopefully we're all on the same page. If you don't mind, could I read the motion? So that the following staff amendments to the town's procedural bylaw 2023-50 be included in the revision. So provisions to open forum in an election year, addition of the strong mayor's powers regulations, board and committee appointment process, board and committee structure, and that staff be directed to include the following council amendments to the revisions. So meeting schedule to be opposite of the county of Simcoe, as well as consolidating the council and COW into one meeting. Okay. Was there anything else?
Madam Chair, if I may, I think what the mayor was getting at was that the committee of the whole would take place prior to the council meeting. The council meeting would immediately follow, and everything that was dealt with at the committee of the whole would be approved at the council meeting. That's what I think the mayor was getting at.
Apologies. Okay, so I changed it to consolidating council and cow into one evening. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that captures what was said here. Councillor Darash?
I don't know if this is taboo, but could we also look at time of our meetings, the time? I don't, maybe that's taboo here, but the timing, like we're 7 and by the time we're done, it's 11. So could we, you know, hopper at, I don't know, look at the times. 1 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Because I've been places where they've been all of those, all of the above. So thank you.
And so for clarity, it would be start time of council and cow meetings then. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Waters?
One of the things I'd like to see is if we could get our package before the meetings. Like currently we get them on Friday and on Monday morning we have a committee meeting. If we could get them like maybe on a Wednesday or something, so we have a few more days to do the reading. Sometimes there's a lot of work there.
Just another day before.
So days before agenda agenda distribution and posting?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are being brought forward to explore and then recommendations coming back from staff. Yes, so this is not anything being solidified right now. Anything else? So do I have to read the motion again or do we, because it did have a mover and seconder, right? Okay, and then I just want to make sure, Kelly, you're good. I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. No questions from the public or media. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Marsha. We're going to look for a
Oh, sorry, I missed the referral items. I was so anxious to daylight savings. Okay, just sorry, my last section, my apologies. Referral to upcoming agenda. There are currently 2 items, the procedural bylaw, which we addressed tonight, but that will stay on until it comes back. Funding for GBGH. Is there any additional items that anyone would like to have add or remove? Okay, seeing none, that the financial corporate services section endorse the following additional and existing referral items to upcoming agenda and stuff. I get a mover, Councillor Darash, seconder, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and all those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Marsha. We're going to look for motion adjourn at 10:59. It's moved by Councillor Rush because you brought that forward for the procedure bylaw. Second by Councillor Waters.